that crossover is just the best.
That's a bop. If that came on in Cat House, I'd still get down to it.
And we are live.
Yay!
Yeah, there we go. We had a temporary issue with Zoom, but it has become live. Lovely. So good to see everyone. Before we get into this session, I'll just get everyone to introduce yourself by your names or handles.
Just hold on.
Here.
I just realized that I made the same mistake I made the last few times.
Yes, I shall change my name also.
I was the first one.
Neither had I, so that's okay.
This is why I changed mine and never change it back.
Well, I use this for professional shit as well. So
just go in and you're like, oh.
They're like,
okay.
Why are you called Mr. Gillibird? What?
I went into a college.
It was a joke.
You know? I went into a college stream once still as the DM of Doom.
Classy.
Oh, I love it. I have a definitely not safe for work story with that I will tell you after.
Oh,
she is getting pulled.
Yes, so I'm going to start over there to my left with the lovely gentleman with a very tiny beard. Aaron, introduce yourself.
I was like, I'm getting called out.
That's what we call it.
No, mine's very tiny. Mine's non-existent. Yeah, I'm Aaron, or at 0% interesting. Do you want me to introduce my character as well now, or just?
You can do a little bit. You can do the name, but yeah, just want to know.
Yeah, I'll be playing Dorian Esketh. He's an old man, so gonna be fun.
I was going to point to someone else, but I have realised that my view is not the same as the stream one, so I can't point to people because, of course.
And then 3 different people talk.
I will go with the next volunteer that wants to introduce themselves, seeing as I can't point.
It's got Doomhammer as well. Oh,
I have Doomhammer. I have Shadowmourne. I've got so many.
Dude,
I think you just volunteered.
I guess I'll just go. Hi, I am on TikTok. I'm Son of Asgard. On Twitch, I am twitch.tv/Viking Boyo. Here, I'm going to be playing codename B34 Z34 K34, otherwise known as Einar. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Lovely jubbly. Thank you very much. Next volunteer, seeing as I can't point.
I'll do it. On TikTok, I'm Stitches264. I'm usually that on most of any social media. And I will be playing a gnome known as Selly Zap's Spring Clank. Not Clark. So, yeah.
Lovely. And my next volunteer, please.
Go on then. So I am codename Mr. Gilliburn on TikTok, and I'll be playing Krath today.
Fantastic. And last, but by no means least.
I am Kia. I am Cat's Eye Creations on TikTok, and today I will be playing Soranari, the Kalashtar monk.
Lovely. So, we'll get underway. For all of yourselves, you will be in a containment unit. As far as you know, for many years, you have not left this unit. Your memories of your previous lives may be fleeting or vivid, depending on how long it's been. The year, 2122. And this is the world as we know it, but slightly differently. As the years have passed and our moon has been colonized, everything is largely the same, except for new arcane beings that popped into the world not that long ago. All of you here today are such beings that just came into existence in this world. I will say very quickly that you probably know you're on the moon. You know you were taken on a spaceship out of Earth when you were captured, but I imagine you don't know much else. It's early morning. You can hear the movement of the usual guards moving outside. when a loud, thundering alarm fires off, this bassy sound just reverberating throughout the facility. And first of all, we come to codename B34Z3 4K34. You, about after 10 minutes after the alarm initially fires, you can hear the side of your containment cell hissing. So you hear a gentle mechanical clunking as the chamber on the inside depressurizes and opens. And in front of you are two people, a rather tall woman wearing a pair of sunglasses who does not really seem dressed for this environment whatsoever. She wears a little tiny suit, long blonde hair, all curled over to one side. And take it away, Luke.
So yes, Krath is a rather small, human-ish looking person. So he's actually I can't remember what I've actually called it. A Simic hybrid is what is the race he is. Seems quite diminutive in comparison to a lot of humans that you've seen. Doesn't look particularly strong, doesn't look particularly lithe, but which is quite at odds with yourself. Though carries a certain confidence and easiness about him that's a little bit off-putting. And he has a clipboard that seems to be writing down a few things. And the other slightly distressing thing is he seems to have a small set of wings coming out from the top of his shoulder blades that sort of just fold down next to his back for the moment, almost like beetle wings.
Lovely. As you come out of the containment cell, the blonde-haired woman, she takes a pen and very gently puts it under your chin to lift your chin to look at you. Mm-hmm. Will this do? She turns to say to you.
Oh, yes, I think the skill suit will be rather complimentary.
Fantastic. Inmate, do you have any objections to being sent on a mission?
He wouldn't speak, just shakes his head.
Oh. Okay then. Right. I want him out of here straight away. Get him prepared. Full standard gear. You ready for the next one then?
Of course.
Lovely. We come to Dorian. Much the same occurs. As your containment cell depressurizes, the door opens out and you fall forwards onto the floor, seeing much the same as our barbarian did. The woman looks down at you and does very much the same, except she uses her hand instead of her pen this time, just to gently lift your chin. And then looks over and says, will this one do?
I'm assuming the clipboard has some sort of description of the client.
Yeah, so you've got a pretty decent rundown in front of you of each of them.
Cool. Yeah, so
What?
Dorian's, he wears like all black, very basic gear and like a cloak. But he's basically just an old man. He's got grey hair, long grey beard. Yeah, at first glance he would look quite frail to you, but otherwise he's mostly with him there.
Well, I have to say that the first inspection in person isn't particularly staggering, but the charts don't lie. He'll do.
Certainly. She turns around again, claps once again, and this time you are quite forcibly picked up by the guards as you are just dragged off. And she hasn't asked you as well. She is just, you're straight off. As she turns, gives yourself a little smile, and then walks on to the next containment cell. We come to Zaps. I love that. You hear the hiss again. It falls away, and you fall forward, seeing once again the woman and the older gentleman.
Well, she stands at a nice height of 3'3", and her ocean blue eyes. She has brunette kind of hair tied back. Her roots are greying, and she usually sports like a white trench coat. She's in casual wear usually, and she kind of just. I'd say she'd kind of look at you both and she'd be like, oh, finally some visitors.
Well, I hope we are of entertainment to you. Anyway, will this one do?
Checks the skill set. Yes.
Okie dokie. So, Zaps, as you like to be called, would you have any objection to being deployed on a mission?
Sounds entertaining.
Lovely. She once again turns, claps, and as you are dragged away by 2 guards to be outfitted with your equipment.
Quick question,
And-
sorry, Zach. We've had a question in the chat asking about where do they go? Donations go? Where do they go to donations?
Ah, yes, that didn't post. Sorry. It's supposed to post in at the bit underneath this. Thank you for pointing that out to me. So we've got a PayPal link that we're running, which is nice and simple. PayPal.me/DeadBardSociety. Nice central place. Put in a little donation there. We're splitting it 50-50 between our 2 chosen charities, which I believe as well are in the description as well for you to read about. I would encourage you before donating to having a look at both Conquer Chiari and the Ann Convoy Trust. I was a little bit over keen there. I wanted to really get into the game, but I forgot to mention
It's all right. That's all right.
Lovely jubbly. Thank you for that. So, Kia, we come to yourself. Door falls away. You fall to the floor. And once again,
she doesn't
the woman...
fall.
Oh, you don't fall.
She doesn't fall. She braces her heels so that she just stays in her little alcove, and she's got her eyes shut and otherwise completely still.
As you stay still, you hear the woman's voice. Inmate?
That is not our name.
What is your name, inmate?
Surely you have it on file. I've been asked a total of 13 times.
I don't have time. Will she do?
If she's up for it, yes.
Do you object to being deployed on a mission?
The eyes slowly open, and she has grey eyes. The pupils themselves are completely grey and almost fixed to a single point. And she just sort of tilts her head. What is the purpose of this mission?
Your fellow citizens are under attack. They need defending. Conventional response has failed, and your unique skill set is required.
She just kind of looks this woman up and down, and there's definite judgment of this woman. And then looks at Mr. Gilliburn and head tilts the other way. And who are you?
Now that is a useful question. Prath is what you may call me.
Craft. And what are you?
Now that is an even better question. One that is not to be answered.
Intriguing.
Right.
I'm not done.
Okay. You see this woman just puts her hands back in this very passive aggressive, okay.
I like this one.
And she kind of looks at him again. Do you dream?
Oh, yes. Every night.
What's it like?
It's like this, but a reflection in a disturbed surface of water.
She ponders for a moment. We agree. And she just almost silently just steps down.
If you're quite done then, we'll get you outfitted with the equipment and we'll see you in the briefing room at half hour once I've had a cup of coffee. What do you think?
Coffee sounds delightful.
Fantastic. The guards take you away as the lady and Calf, I'm already forgetting. Craft. Close enough. Walk away to enjoy their nice cup of coffee. You are all in the same room together, At this point, you'll notice that they are literally just cutting off and taking off of your inmates' clothing and just handing you pieces of equipment. You're getting sprayed down with some sort of antiseptic before giving you a new set of armor to put on.
So just these people are just randomly spraying us down.
Yeah, they're randomly spraying you down. They're in like full hazmat gear, so you can vaguely hear the sense they might be talking, but you can't hear what they're saying.
I'm gonna try and like pick up one of them and throw him like.
Give me a strength check for that. I'm not going to go.
I'm here for that. I'm here for that. I'm here for the strength check. I'm definitely here for the strength check. That's 18 on the die. 18 plus 5. 23. This poor little 4'2" man. No, I'm 3 feet taller than him.
Yeah, you're literally 3 feet taller than him. Like, you think it's a man, vaguely humanoid, covered in his hazmat suit. You pick him up and fully yeet him across the room as he goes flying into a wall.
In the name of Odin's beard, be yeet.
Careful you don't get a yeast infection.
Perfect. And he just smashes into the side. You are immediately get what is... It feels like, at the same time as a snake's bite, like being hit by a lightning rod, as a cattle prod hits you directly in the back by your spine. Give me a quick con save.
Is it lightning damage?
I'm not actually going to give you damage on this, but I will restrain you if it's effective.
Con save. Oh, okay. Let's see how that goes. That's a 16 on the die. With a I get +9 to my con saves, so that's 25.
Oh. The rest of you see as this, what you now think is a woman by the sound of the voice, is also very small, maybe 5 foot something at best. Just sticks a cattle prod right in his spine, and he just doesn't move. It has no effect whatsoever.
Well, I will, however, go to the little gun thing he was spraying me with and start like. Like, it's more like he was like, I can wash myself. Like,
oh, perfect. Yeah, you start spraying yourself down. This man gets helped up, and you see the security woman behind you just very slowly, with a very shocked expression, just walks away very slowly, like, oh no.
Back away.
Back away.
I like this guy.
This
guy.
Openly, Zaps is going to be like, oh God, he's going to be entertaining.
Oh, perfect. So yeah, you are all stripped off, sprayed down with this antiseptic stuff, and you're given your set of armor. As you go to pop this on, this is full combat armor with quite nice Kevlar sheeting on the inside. It's nice and durable. You don't think it'll slow you down. It's not that heavy. It is also bespokely made to each of you. It fits perfectly on each of you. Very much like this was made with you in consideration.
Question: what does that equivalent? What is the equivalent of that in terms of D&D speech armor stuff?
I believe it is the same benefit as Halfplate, because it's nice, strong stuff.
So can I again just ask, obviously, because barbarians were not meant to wear armor.
Same with monks.
Is mine just like an aesthetic purpose? Like he has the armor on, but it's not going to actually correlate to him?
So all of these are pressurized for being out in the open vacuum of space. They're not spacesuits in the big chunky sense. They're very much like sort of skin tight, very chic looking with a helmet. Yours has none of the armor in it, and it is literally, think of it just like Lycra. It's an aesthetic thing, and it's also for your pressure out in the vacuum of space with a helmet.
Got it.
Lovely. There is also a kit bag next to each of you with various things in it, little bits of rations. I think you've already got what's in the kit bag all noted down. But in here is a full set of equipment, and obviously the few bespoke items that each of you have are also pre-packed in there for you. Lovely. After they finish spraying you down, you see all of the various hazmat individuals filter their way out through a decon unit. And the woman walks back in, this time alone, and gently motions her hand to the door she came in, says, "You will be briefed through here. Please come and take a seat."
Walk through.
I'm going to run forward of everyone. Like, I'm going to literally just dash right in. Because most entertainment I've had in like weeks.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to take the comms device that we got, and as I'm moving in, I'm like attaching it to the cybernetic part of my head, so it's already hooked up and stuff. Yep. And then basically from how it is from his perspective, he's now doing language analysis so he can begin speaking, because right now he doesn't get what anyone is saying.
Reasonable.
I love that he's just gone with this the whole way as well. Like, it's oh, fantastic.
All he knows is there's people who look remotely different to him being told to go somewhere. He's just like, okay.
I guess I'll go.
Nothing.
What else am I going to do? Stay inside of a cell? You know.
Exactly.
Fantastic. As you come to sit down, you hear the siren again, but this time it is a warbling, much more higher pitched sound. And there is the unmistakable sound of running boots going overhead all around this room. There's no windows, no sense of the outside. This is truly locked in by every direction. And so you can hear, much like if you would imagine being on a ship would be, that there is rattling in the metal all around you of people running around.
Sounds like an emergency.
They look a little bit better now they're clean, don't they, Kath? Craft.
But yes, I mean, clean is still a relative term, even if it's definitely better than before.
Inmates, you have all been deployed on various at various times over the years in service of the Commonwealth and Her Majesty. I can promise that if you are successful in today's mission, you will each be granted your freedom. You will no longer be required to be contained from this day onwards, and you will be granted full British citizenship for the Commonwealth and her Second Empire.
Oh wait, no, he wouldn't know the word British. Never mind. Never mind. He wouldn't know the word British.
So Krath is going to look at would you prefer your character to be referred to as? Is it barbarian or?
He has a name that is also registered to him. I will put that in there. It's Bjorn.
Bjorn. Okay. Well, Krath will look at Bjorn. Then does he look like he understands what's going on?
It looks like he's kind of like more cognitive now. His cybernetic eyes kind of more focused.
But does he understand the words?
Yes, he understands the words now.
Right. Double checking that.
At the mention of like British Empire, everything just sees that kind of like look up in attention, stare down. This woman is like, I just want to go home to Ireland. That's like not Britain. Fuck Britain. I want Ireland. Then you have yourself a deal.
You see that this woman kind of rolls her eyes somewhat in this. I'll be blunt, in the very English way that English.
Very used to that. It's all good.
Yeah, in that very aggressively English way, she's sort of like, "Oh, fine." She sort of rolls her eyes back and just goes, "I suppose we can restore your previous citizenship. I'll have to. God, that'll be a headache with the consular. Do you know what? It's a conversation for later. That's even if you survive, to be honest."
Of course I'll survive. As Irish always do, don't we?
I'm intending not to survive.
She picks up a little remote control, clicks it on, and the photograph you see is strange. It's a satellite image of the Percy crater, which is at the northernmost pole of the lunar surface. You may not be incredibly aware, but you know that this area, judging by its labels, where it says that it has a population of 14 million, there are very little standing structures remaining. There is just a massive debris and a splodge of green in the very center, of which there is no definition to it. You can't really identify other as this sort of sickly, vomity green color, which is just splodged in the middle of the crater. Around half an hour ago, we lost contact with the Central Command Unit at the Percy crater. We do not know how many are still alive, but we expect the casualties to be in the millions. We have limited reports of certain strongholds and shelters that people managed to get to, although, again, this is patchy. We don't know what enemy we face. Our rapid reactionary force that was initially sent has apparently been destroyed and is assumed killed in action. Her Majesty's Armed Forces is at a loss on how to respond. The decision has been made that while we amass a larger counterattack, we are to send yourselves in, whether you can defeat this enemy initially or at the very least provide us with adequate reconnaissance of what the enemy is. That is your objective. If you come across any civilians, please save any civilians that you can find. Any citizens in the area, any strongholds that you may find. Evacuate them as you can. If you are unable to, you will have locator beacons included in your equipment. Provide the locator beacons to signal back to allow us to know where our citizens are. Any questions?
So this thing just appeared out of nowhere and destroyed the place?
We don't know. Unfortunately, we do not know what you will encounter. We do not know what caused this. And I will be honest with you right now, I don't even know what I'm sending you into and why, other than something has happened, people are dying, we need your help. I don't know a lot more than that, because I don't have to know. Do you?
Nah, as long as it's entertaining.
Only an unwise Jarl sends his warriors in to an unknown foe.
Well, this is where the miscommunication has come from. Because in this situation, we are not your Jarl. Instead, this would be more considered a gladiatorial combat to allow for your freedom.
Doesn't answer to that, just sits back.
Before I allow the rest of your briefing to come from Kraf over here, you must understand that you are expendable assets. If you cause harm to any British citizens, we will deny having released you, we will deny that you even exist, and that you will be terminated without second hesitation. Kraf is your god. From now until the end of the mission, Kraf is your god. Do I make myself clear?
Bjorn is very evidently confused by this statement, but just like, okay.
She sort of does that very English eye roll and just goes to leave. She sort of quite softly puts her hand on Kraf's soldier.
Put her hand on my soldier? Excuse me.
Somebody call HR. That's bad.
I knew what I meant. That's the important bit. Eh?
As long as you know.
Yes. Yes. So she puts a hand on your shoulder.
Thank you.
Put
Gives
your
you
hand on my
just a little
soldier.
sideways look and says, "Do be careful. The dropship will be ready about 5 minutes."
I'll do my best.
She smiles and walks away out and closes the door behind her. I'll allow a quick moment for you to have a discussion before you are deployed.
Well, my good men, women, people, we have roughly about 5 minutes before we are sent into potential danger. So, how would you all like to be thought of and remembered?
I will already be remembered. I am over 1,000 years old. Any who would remember me are gone and are waiting for me. I do not need your memories. I simply need to know what I'm killing.
I mean, I like the enthusiasm.
I mean, I had a pretty sick bar back where I was, but then it got blown up. Then I killed people that blew it up. Then I ended up here. So yeah, I'm probably remembered for that.
I mean,
Right.
certainly a memory.
I'm going to have to, I do apologize, everyone. I was unable to reschedule this, so I actually do have to, almost immediately on starting this stream, go onto a break. I have just discovered as well that I can't put this on the break screen for software reasons. So I'm going to actually leave you in the capable hands of everyone else here. I'll allow you to continue your conversations. I will be about 5 minutes.
Oh, perfect.
I would actually like to jump and grab a drink if that's okay.
Yep, you can do that.
Nice.
You can just, mute yourself, put the video off. That's what I'm going to do. All right,
Sweet.
back.
In a minute. So yes, for the moment, I am going to assume command of this stream.
I have a question.
Yes, of course.
So she said you were our god. What if we're atheist?
So it's not a literal. She's not asking you to start up a cult surrounding me, as amusing as what that would be. I think it's more of a hyperbole, talking about how you should refer to me, and I'm essentially in command of the operation, is what she was saying.
She likes you.
She does.
She likes you romantically.
Oh, don't worry. I am aware of the situation and the complications that come with feelings.
Is that why she was so impatient with us?
Oh,
we are taking you away from her.
I would not say so. That is likely to do with, the imminent danger and threat of whatever has hit the moon's surface. Though it may have something to do with it, I suppose.
She treats us as objects to be handled and sold. We do not appreciate this.
No, I'm sure you don't. But, unfortunately, those who go against the grain and against societal norms are often treated in ways such as this when they deserve punishment or whatever similarities they have.
We are simply different.
Of course. But again, that is why we punish those who go against societal norms. Is it not?
Do you truly think that it is good and fair that one who is simply different?
Oh, I have no feelings towards one way or the other of the right and wrong of the situation. I'm simply carrying out the orders that I'm given.
You obey even when the orders are wrong?
Yes. For the result of otherwise would be I in your position.
How selfish.
If that is how you wish to see it.
She sees it that way.
Most likely.
You're in discussion in the matter. She is older than all of you.
The second soul, I assume.
Nari, yes.
Nari. Well, It is a pleasure to meet you and Nari. What
We
about
are
you, Dorian? What do you feel?
Well, I ain't got many years left in my bones anyway, so one last hurrah ain't gonna hurt me none. I can take orders. I don't mind listening to some uppity folk if I get my freedom. Hopefully I'll live through this so I don't need to be remembered. But yeah, I can't say I'm not a little skeptical of you folks. You don't look like the normal humans I'm used to.
She will
Is-
remember.
Is there something wrong with this one? He speaks like his mouth is hurt.
Well,
Okay,
once you get to my
old.
age, you young whippersnapper, your vocal cords start to go a little bit. It's an age thing, don't you worry.
My translator unit is not picking up on him.
He is fragile.
Likely something to do with the 20 a day he smoked.
Well, that won't be a problem here on the moon, will it? I'm not sure my cigarettes are going to work.
Sounds more as if he's been eating sandpaper.
Mm.
I may have tried it once or twice. I've done a lot of things in my time.
Really, who hasn't tried to see what they can eat and what will work and what haven't, you know?
I don't know.
Be surprised.
I don't know about sandpaper, but I remember one time when we were first arriving in Wessex, I once fed dirt to a monk.
Should I be offended?
Oh no, he didn't look like you. He had a little bald spot, and he was very small.
I'd be offended.
He was taller than you were. Most people are small compared to me.
So I must be tiny.
Well, I wouldn't want to point it out, but...
From tiny, I'm tiny. Not much I can do. Means I can get places you guys can't.
If we were to cut off your legs below the knees, we could get you wooden ones, which will make you taller.
Or she could simply wear stilts and not have to cut off her legs.
Well, or she could just ride around on the big folk over here. She looks light enough.
I wouldn't do that unless I had permission.
Good. Well, at least you are up to scratch on the societal norms these days. You know? Asking for permission and consent and such.
Societal norms?
Well, don't want to be rude with the people that could potentially help me get my freedom.
This is a good point. So as much as I am enjoying this powwow, unfortunately I will have no bearing on what happens afterwards. I'm simply here to have some sort of direction inserted into this ragtag group, as it were.
So the people who are wanting us to do the fighting and the dying, are they also going to be fighting, or will they be hiding back here?
Hiding.
They'll be hiding.
They're cowards.
Not all are made for confrontation.
And what are you made for?
Oh, a bit of this, a bit of that. But mostly field work. Just not necessarily the fast kind.
And what if we must run? Can you keep up?
Oh, yes.
But why would we run? We face our death. We do not run from it. Death is not a debate.
I do not fear death.
Then why would you run?
Because if the enemy is in one direction and there is something that would take us away from the enemy, the other, we run towards the enemy.
No, you walk towards the enemy. If the enemy runs, it proves they are a coward and they have no honor. Eventually you will find them and you will kill them in a corner where they are cowering and peeing their pants.
I haven't had that experience.
Plenty of times. One time in Uppsala.
One time in Uppsala.
And it just launches into like 9 stories about like monasteries that it helped take over and like found priests in corners peeing themselves. Just like it just starts laughing menacingly.
Soranari is just listening intently to this whole story.
Zaps is like so focused in on this story. Again, story time. Yes, right? She's literally sitting. I'd imagine she got up on the table, sitting right in front of you, legs crossed, sitting like this, like, go on, more. Yes.
Go on.
Go on.
You'd have a cup of tea now, wouldn't you? Go on now.
Have another cup of tea, wouldn't you, Father?
You can't do
Have
that.
a biscuit, won't you, Father?
You can't do that. Like, my mum's from Derry. Like,
Oh.
I hear that accent and I immediately think I've done something wrong.
I understand that pain.
My mother phones me, and depending on what she says, depends on how the phone call's going to go. If she says, Brandon, it's like, Brandon, I need your help with this. If she goes, a little birdie told me something, I'm like, that bird has been getting me in issues for 28 years.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yeah.
All Irish parents are like that. All Irish parents are like that.
I had an aunt who, I had a lot of Irish family. You couldn't tell by my, I am back, by the way. But the difference in my case was, you can't tell in my accent about my Irish family. I didn't pick that up. But no, I had a aunt from Derry. However, my aunt always said to me, Londonderry, and I never questioned that. As you can imagine, I, as a younger man, just, you know, it's like when someone says something to you, you're like, okay, sure.
Hold on, you're just that guy from Derry Girls, aren't you?
What?
I haven't watched that TV show because I'm terrified I'll be looking at it and going, that's my fucking mum.
No, you should watch it. You should watch it. It's brilliant.
Yeah.
Because you've got the right accent as well for him.
Oh no. Oh god. No. Oh no, you okay. Unfortunately, I found out that wasn't the right thing to say in Dublin.
No, oh no,
Not the place to find out.
Oh no.
No matter where you are,
I said that, and
you just say Derry.
Out loud,
you just say
Derry. Different people from 2 different groups on the ferry both spoke up very quickly to correct me. And
my favorite run-in with it is when you have like I got the ferry over. I'm not a fan of flying. I'll get the boat more than anything. And I got the ferry over, and the guy was like, so where are you off to? And I was like, well, I'm off to Derry. And he goes, do you mean Derry with the 6 silent letters? And I'm like, no, with the 4 silent letters. And they get the fuck out my face. I was like, I immediately don't like this person. Just say Derry. There's a reason I just said Derry. Okay, just say Derry. Don't add silent letters. Don't add silent letters in the beginning. Just say Derry.
Oh, lovely.
You can't go wrong with saying Derry.
I will bring us back on because there is a bit of a thing with Twitch with political discussions as well. So
barely political.
Yeah, I know it's barely, but then again,
it's a ballhead.
We're all agreeing, so
yeah, we're all agreeing. We are on a UK server, so there is different people's definitions.
I should go hide. So
we shall appease the algorithm.
Tea and
crumpets.
I did a TikTok for that a while ago, but anyway, moving on. Before the banhammer comes down.
Oh no!
So, all of yourselves, the door opens. You see a soldier in similar get-up to you, seemingly with a lot more bulky armor. He looks more like a riot police officer with a sealed, pressurized helmet on and a very large rifle. On his chest, you see that there is a circle with 3 arrows pointing into the center, roughly in the shape of it's a bit of a triangular shape. And below it, the only words you see are SCP-MI6. As he takes his hand, beckons you forward, and you think under his helmet he's probably saying, come with me, but all you can really hear is, with this pressurized helmet on.
Is
the
his
wonders of
comm unit
technology.
malfunctioning?
Sorry, I spoke over the top of you. What did you say?
Is his comm unit malfunctioning?
He sort of hits the side of his helmet a bit and goes, and then you hear like a little, very high-pitched sound of beep as his little speaker comes on. He goes, sorry, yes, yeah, sorry, working at last. Please do come with me.
Put my helmet on.
Lovely. As you follow after, Kath, you're given a little, kind of looks like a really small iPad with a little holographic center on it. And you immediately recognize this basic GPS system used up here. It's a satellite navigational system. You know what it is. And he just hands it over. He doesn't say anything to you about what it is. None of the rest of you would know, but he just quite subtly pops it off into your hand as he keeps walking up, directing you towards a very large metallic drop ship. Lovely. As you come out, there are soldiers running around, and at this point you will also notice the true extent of it. There is lunar combat craft buzzing around everywhere. This is truly, you are at the center of a monumental military operation. You know, there are sort of air superiority fighters, there are drop ships, there's just everything moving everywhere. It looks much like a disturbed anthill. If a disturbed anthill simultaneously knew what it was doing. As people run around, and you realize you're at the very center on a raised platform, basically above anyone else. Lovely jubbly. I'll give it a quick second. You see, as the dropship opens, you have a quick second where your comm units inside your pressurized suits are linked up. The two guards in front of you are waiting for the dropship doors to open. Anyone going to take a moment?
All of this activity, all of these machines, and they're sending us? Are you sure this isn't just to get rid of us because we're too much of a problem?
That is almost certainly part of it.
At least
you're honest.
Zaf goes, she kind of puts her glaive over her shoulders and, like, you know, full on puts her hands over it, and she goes, oh, if that's the case, we could escape. And she's saying this full well-known craft is in earshot, everything, like, you know.
Well,
there doesn't seem to be anything that would stop us from escaping.
I mean,
except
if
from
I
this
can.
man.
I mean,
he's going to point at Kraft.
I would have no ability to stop all of you, but
definitely not. I would crush your little head.
My point exactly. But unfortunately, there's a lot of very advanced equipment here, and you think that they would just have manual controls for, you know, a ragtag bunch such as us. There is no way that this ship would have any way for us to control it from the inside.
I'm just going to pat him on the back with my big metal arm. Just like, why would we run away from a fight anyway?
My point exactly. I like this man. He is...
As you just like, ow, ow.
Yeah, sorry, I should have pointed out, this guy's like, he is from the Viking era, but he's been like, been found in ice, and bits of him that decomposed have been replaced. So he's got like a metal arm, a metal leg, a metal eyeball, and a metal part of his head here, which is where his comms device is installed.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
He's like Viking Robocop.
So,
that's amazing.
as you like whack Kraft on the back, you sort of get the idea that he's not very strong, as you've already sort of realized. But as you like clink something, you hear something go, and then it just immediately, he doesn't even blink and just pops it back into place.
Just go, okay, now that was gross. But I mean, come on, man, I'll blood ego someday, but give somebody a warning before you start popping things back into places. Oh.
Everyone has their thing.
I just now got a really funny image of him like trying to pull somebody's arm off, and it pops, and he goes, "Ah!"
He tries to push it back in, just like no.
No, I don't want it to pop. I just want to rip it off, please. Just, let's try again.
I mean, I don't mind blood, but I'm squeamish when it comes to body noises. Other than that, all he's just going to do is take out his weapon, because he's got a lot of them, by the way. I start with a lot of weapons. So I've got a great axe, I've got a mace, a longsword, and 2 hand axes. So I'm just like, I'm just going to take the guns and be like,
immediately throw him to the ground.
I suppose I could use one as a club.
If that doesn't happen at some point during this, I'm going to be pissed.
Just wait till, use the big one. Oh, I get it. But yeah, that's all I'm going to do. Just check my stuff.
Fantastic. The dropship door finally comes down, and as you go in, Kraft, you're surprised to see that there are troops already in here. There are not very many. There's about 6 men, all up on the very other far ends, that seem to be in a bit of a huddle talking.
I thought this mission was for us. They're sending extras.
You see that the man at the center sort of turns round. He chuckles, and the others sort of exchange a look as he walks forward. I'm guessing you weren't told about us.
Ah, you guessed correct.
He pops his hand out in front of you, and he smiles. Liar, codename Liar. This is Mobile Task Force 141. We've been assigned to yourselves. We are here to provide additional security and support to your team.
I would like to insight check the fuck out of that.
I would like to assist on that.
Oh, you probably won't need it. I've got plus 12 to this.
Actually, one thing I can do, because of my class, I'm going to touch one of the runes on my arm, activating the rune for Cloud, which at 3rd level would give me advantage on insight checks. But because of the level I'm at, this extends to allies within 30 feet of me.
Oh, I get advantage with a plus 12?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. All right, I'm doing that then. Okay, the first one's a 4. This next one's a 7.
Take
19.
the 7.
19.
So what's that total for?
19.
19.
19, okay. I thought you meant dice right then.
I should have guidance myself. I should have.
Yeah, solid. You don't doubt this for a second. Like, he's definitely not deceiving you with the words he's saying. You think this is a deceit by act of omission. He is definitely not telling you the full story. There's definitely something else to what he's here for. But he is genuinely here to assist you.
Okay, so Krath is sort of going to... It's a very brief, like, full look up and down with a very sort of neutral look before it's a pleasure to meet you. My hand goes
Shakes
out.
your hand. Says, so I'm told I'm no longer in command. That would be yourself. You're our commanding officer for this mission.
I am indeed. It's a pleasure to have an extra set of hands ready.
You see that there is like a sense of reluctance. I'm going to carry over your previous insight check. He quite reluctantly and a little bit half-heartedly brings up to a salute and says, "Sir."
Oh, salutes won't be necessary on this. As you may well notice, the group that we have here are unlikely to hold to protocol.
I'm not going to make you insight again. He is not happy about any of them. It's the look is of pure disgust as he looks at the others and just gives quite a quiet and silent and then goes back to his men who are finishing up with their equipment.
I'm gonna lean down to Kraft and be like, "Don't worry, I'll be your second if you want to take his throat."
Well, I much appreciate it, but you know what? I think he likes me.
Yeah.
I don't think he does. He was directly lying to you. He doesn't understand. He doesn't get sarcasm. Sarcasm is not a thing.
I realize I'm going to have to lower my vocabulary. I apologize. This was my mistake.
I don't know what vocabulary is, but I'm pretty sure you don't have to lower it. I can reach almost anything.
My point exactly.
Perfect.
May I ask you, do you know the tablet-like thing that Kraft was given? Did everyone see that?
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal wasn't made of it, but it wasn't exactly concealed either. You would have seen it handed over.
Because of her curiosity, can I try and take that during that whole conversation, please?
Yeah, give me a sleight of hand. And the fact is, actually, I reckon that Karaf is going to be like so into this, like.
Oh, he's loving this.
Have advantage.
Okay.
Fucking have it.
So, my sleight of hand. That's a 21.
Ooh, okay. My passive perception is 18.
It was a 15 with a +6. So.
Oh, beautiful. You quite subtly nab that. I'm gonna say I'll get the rest of you to roll perception for me, because the rest of you, I think you're in the right area to see this. So I'm going to take it a bit more than your passives.
So not me.
So not you.
Yep, cool. I was going to check.
Not Kraft.
No.
I have expertise. 9 dirty 20.
12. I'm too busy looking at
25.
other things.
Dorian, you see this little subtle maneuver. It literally is, it's so fleeting. It is the tiniest little maneuver, but you see it, the little device being slipped out of the back combat pocket of this armor, just like that.
She's going to kind of retreat to the back of the group as well, like to make sure, like, oh yeah, I wasn't near that as she.
Dorian doesn't care. He's happy to just watch it. Kind of like a respectful nod, just like, good on you.
Yeah.
That's about it. He spent his time stealing. He knows what's up.
I'm just enjoying someone in the chat said, are all the troopers wearing red shirts? And are they?
Yeah, are we?
No, they are all in black with the same type of armor. Theirs is a bit bulkier than yours. They're clearly like more advanced troopers. They have like larger weaponry and bulkier armor, but that definitely seems to impede their mobility. They're not very mobile guys. And yeah, they are all in black, except for, again, the same logo before with the 3 triangles pointing into the center, the little circle. With SCP, and then below SCP, MI6.
Nope.
So they have
Nope.
an extra one, I will note, that on their backs, they have MTF 141.
No.
Underneath that is Bravo, though, in brackets. Bravo, not Bravo.
No. No, I want to go home. I know those letters.
Yeah.
But the SCP.
And so, yeah, in the little quote marks, you see Bravo, Zeta.
Oh, shit.
You got, yeah.
Okay, yeah, no, I just fucking twigged.
No,
Yep.
No, because I know these things, but my character's dumb. He doesn't.
It's a good point. Do any of us know? Well, okay, never mind. I would probably understand, but there's no connotations of what could be to come from it. So, never mind.
Yeah.
Just say one thing, guys. If I start hearing music, I'm going the opposite direction. It's not happening.
I'll make sure we say
I kid. I of course will not make a game. I'm looking forward to this, but by God, I'm kind of terrified right now.
Also, avoid any coffee machines.
Anyone who isn't Karaf, give me a history check, because you might know the letters.
I would say one thing, DM. I'd probably put disadvantage on me for this because, like I said, I'm only woken up in the worst of cases. So
yeah, okay then, give me a disadvantage on that.
Oh, but that one was a 4. And that one's a nat one. I know nothing.
Bjorn, you become convinced that this is like, you remember on like one of your previous missions, you think it stands for some sort of like ice cream company. You are like sure the SCP-MI6 is an ice cream company, and you're just infinitely confused as to what they have to do with this situation.
Why are the dessert people here?
Everyone else, what did you get?
I got an 8.
Got a 15.
I also got 8.
The 2 8s. You think you vaguely recognize the logo, but you can't place where you would have seen that in your mind. On the 15, you are sure, not these specific people, but that the people that brought you in when you were contained and detained also were wearing similar uniform, except this is a bit bulkier, but it's similar uniform, similar logo. And you don't remember the MI6 bit, but you remember the SCP bit from when you were detained. Lovely. Your dropship is off and away. As you travel, the soldiers finish up with the last of their preparations. And it was Zaps who took the tablet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Roll me a D100 quickly, a percentile.
For the fun dice.
It's
Spicy dice.
Do you want just the percentile, or do you want me to roll a D10 with it?
Just the percentile.
That was a 90.
Oh
no! Oh no!
You fiddle with the buttons. You can't really get it to activate. When all of a sudden you hear boo boo boo, unauthorized access, unauthorized access. Boo boo.
Who is close by? Who is close by me?
Well, you went to the back of the group. So
I went to the back of the group. So who's in front of me?
Everyone else.
Right now, this thing has automatically gone to maximum volume. Everyone on the dropship can hear this. This is insanely loud.
I want to put it to the closest person next to me, like to put it near them. Completely oblivious. Like, oh my god, what the hell is that? Like,
I am just because I'm feeling a little bit. Dorian is sat right next to you.
Well, Dorian, that's going.
I was going to say it would be me as well. I would be at the back.
Bjorn is going to like perk up at the old man and be like, "Look, the old man is already causing us problems. We should immediately perform the Etistup and make sure that he faces his death with honor."
Have you ever seen Norsemen?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. That scene is beautiful.
Zaps, roll me deception with disadvantage.
I mean,
Okay.
I saw Zaps take it.
Okay, with disadvantage. Okay. That's an 8 and a 9, but 8. I'll take the 8 with a 6. Quick math. That's a 14. 14. If you heard me.
Sorry, I didn't hear you there.
Oh, a 14.
A 14.
Mm-hmm.
Quick roll hit on my side.
Should I roll as well?
You're not going to need to.
Oh no.
Is it like right on the floor by me?
Yeah, so you just see it kind of like, she kind of like throws it into your lap and it immediately bounces off your lap onto the floor. Kath, Karaf, and all of the soldiers immediately see, and on the moment they turn around, they see you just throwing this thing down.
Well, I believe that is your free moving privileges revoked. He's going to go and take up the tablet back and head back over, just away from him. Double check that she's not messed with anything in particular.
Maybe you shouldn't keep it in your back pocket then next time.
Noted.
So you go to use the tablet. It's fucked. No, it is just unusable. You try and like you can't get it to stop sending off the siren. It is completely shuttered, and it won't stop making the noise. But the screen won't even light up.
Zaps 1, British Empire 0.
Oh dear God. Right, well, unfortunately, we're going to have to learn to live with this because you've just destroyed the pad.
Was that important?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, no, but to stop this annoying noise, it was very important.
Well, why can't we just break it?
You've already broken it.
I would put my
No,
hand
I just
up.
mean snap it in half.
Can I see the tablet? I might be
No,
able to do
I'm
something.
sorry. As much as I believe that you'll probably solve a lot of our problems during what's to come, this is probably one that you will not be able to solve.
Oh no, I think I might be able to solve. See,
Are you going to throw it?
I have no, I am not going to throw it. I have metal parts in my brain. They might be able to do things.
Insight. Do I think that he's telling me the truth, or does
he's 100% not lying? He's 100% not lying. He genuinely thinks the metal bits in his head can help.
Yeah, he's not deceiving you, so you'd know that.
Oh, I know, but I don't think that I would trust him to know what he's doing with it. So no, I appreciate it, Bjorn, but for now.
How can I fight for someone who shows such distrust?
Soranari kind of reaches into her bag and pulls out a set of tinkerer's tools and just raises one eyebrow.
I think if you could at all fix this, it would be much appreciated, yes.
Out of character, that was a good idea because he thought the metal parts in his head would help by him going.
Yes. I fucking knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, so Soranari is just like, hand out. She doesn't like the noise.
Excellent.
She wants to make it stop.
Yes, please stop the noise. It's kind of going through my brain.
Okay. Do you want me to roll, DM?
Yes, do give me the roll.
What would you like me to roll for?
If you give me the Tinkerer's tools, I think it is intelligence modifier off the top of my head.
It's for tools. I'm sure it's not linked to a stat. I'm sure it's a roll plus your proficiency.
Yeah, no, I know what I'm thinking of the feat. No, yeah, just proficiency.
You can link them to your stats if you want to, but it's DM things.
In 5th edition, they brought out feats that are attached to tools. So it's only in that.
That sounds terrifying.
It is.
It really is. I'm used to playing it. I don't like playing it, but I am used to doing so.
17.
17. You tinker with it, and I'm going to say, just because of how bad that luck check was, you switch it on, and you are immediately somehow louder greeted by a very loud, disorientating voice that loudly pronounces, "This is the BBC Wartime Broadcasting Service, bringing you urgent announcements of the current," and then it just switches back out again.
Does the noise turn off?
The noise turns itself off. Yeah, it just the screen is on now. Like the screen is on, and you see that like the holographic element is coming up, but it is like flickering on and off.
I just hold it out to take this from me before I break it.
Thank
deliberately.
You for trying. At least I appreciate the thought.
It's working. It's functional. And it's no longer making a noise. You're welcome.
This is.
I would have just punched it.
I thought that might have been the case.
Oh no! For you, I was going to use my head.
Oh well, that's all the better. No, please don't try it. I don't. That's not appropriate. But I do appreciate the stopping of the noise.
I will not stop until I headbutt something to death.
We will give you this opportunity.
A couple more minutes passes, quite uneventfully. The soldiers at the front are largely keeping to themselves. They've finished up their gear. You see that they all sort of leaned back, and that there is a glowing not mechanically, a non-mechanical glow coming from the back of their helmets. There's a small silvery-looking metal plate that has like a little grell on it, and there is like a wavering, pulsating light. Not very strong, but it's gentle. But you would notice it after a couple of minutes.
But you said that was on the back of their neck, yes?
Back of the neck, yeah.
Cortana?
I need all of you to throw me immediate dexterity saving throws.
Oh, shit. See, I am not good at those.
Yeah, I got very lucky on that, but I don't think it'll save me.
Hello. Where's it gone? Hold on.
So
23.
Okay, that's not. I thought I rolled a 13 on that. It's not. It's an 18, so I'm good. 21 in total.
28.
22.
4.
Well, it was nice knowing you, Kraft.
Bye.
We're free.
Yay.
So you all watch as everything's quite calm for a second until a huge hole is blown through the base of the dropship, rapidly depressurizing the inside of it. And you see what is... I'm not going to tell you what you see just yet, but something comes through and it goes straight up. Karaf, and it goes just missing his head, but in the depressurization, it pulls him into the hole and wedges him into the wall as his armor becomes wedged in as he's pulled back. This is rapidly followed by 4 more of these projectiles punching their way through, missing yourselves, but the front one hits somewhere out the front of the aircraft, not in this open area, which causes the aircraft to start shaking aggressively.
I would like to go to one of the holes and look down. Is it like a clear view down?
You look down and you realize that where the ship is shaking, you can't, like, it keeps going out to, like, you know, space and stars down back to the ground. What you see is just like all you can describe as, well, lunar surface, just dotted with these little green things that you don't recognize. This makes no sense whatsoever. But you are shaking violently, so you can't really sort of tell any more detail and definition than that.
Soranari immediately looks at Kraft like stuck in the hole. He's like, Bjorn, grab him. Do not pull him out. Just hold him.
Okay. Bjorn's gonna like...
Because he's currently pressurizing our ship, but we don't want him to get sucked out.
Right, I will quickly point out where it's punched the hole in the bottom. The ship is depressurized. He's not holding the pressure.
Okay, then pull him out. The
reason that he's wedged is because of the sheer force of the depressurization. It's basically lodged him into the wall of this dropship by the sheer force.
I have an idea, but can I roll an impulse die to see if my guy would think of this? Because I thought of it, my guy's not smart.
Okay.
Just give me a wee... Nope, he doesn't think of it. He just grabs he just grabs hold of him. And just like, okay, tell me when I'm to remove him from the hole.
Okay. Soranari's looking around, and I'm going to go up and look to see what's happened to the pilot.
Please, Bjorn, please remove me from the hole. Not comfortable.
I'm going to look up and go, shh, shh, it's okay. When they tell me to, I will. However, you should make amends with your gods right now, just in case.
There's a moment of like cocking head for a minute, and then he's going to cast guidance on himself just in case.
Probably quite wise.
So yeah, I'm looking to see what's happened to the pilot and why we're shaking so violently.
The pilot. Well, okay. There was a cockpit. There is no longer.
Okay, so I see that. Pull him in. Everyone strap into your seats.
I'm going to go, this might hurt.
Does it hurt?
Give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I like those ones.
Can I just say, I love the fact that you went, there was originally a cockpit. There's now not. I'm just like, this is your captain speaking. If you look to the front of the ship, you will notice we are no longer there. Bye.
Ooh. Okay, so that is a 15.
That was a bad roll.
It was. I had +8 to it.
Oh no.
I think you need to change dice.
Yeah, they're not treating you well.
Look, for comedic value, I think it's wonderful. One of us has got to be a fuck up.
So, he pulls you from the wreckage. You go through what you can only describe as one of the most searing pains you have ever felt in your life, at which you promptly fall unconscious from the pain.
What the?
You take...
It's just from the pain. It's not from the damage.
It's from the You're not down. You're just like you're blacking out because of the amount of pain.
Lack of consciousness due to shock.
Yeah.
Not loss of consciousness. I mean, lack also works, I guess. But
I was really hoping for this.
Don't say that.
You take 35 points of piercing damage as he and your arm fully dislocates. It fully bang just pops straight out of the socket. And
we have already established that he does just pop them back in. Can
I drop him as it pops and go?
At which point I will go over, grab him, and like hoik him into a chair and like strap him in, because we are crashing. So
I do not like it when
Bjorn,
bodies
sit
make
down.
those noises.
Bjorn, sit down.
Don't
Straps.
you tell me what to do, person with two minds.
I do not have two minds. I have two souls.
Okay, pull the other one. It dingles. He's gonna set himself back in.
Quick side out of character note, can I just have like an entire campaign based around Bjorn? Because I love Bjorn. He's so lovely. I love him so much.
Bjorn the cybernetic Viking.
Yes,
I think that could
be some comic series.
We could get a wonderful jingle intro like music to Bjorn the cybernetic Viking.
It's got to start with the war horn though, like.
Bjorn
was a Viking.
Oh, I only wish we were large enough to have merch, because that would be a t-shirt just instantaneously.
He's definitely the Techno Viking. Definitely.
It's just, you know what? Hold on. So Bjorn, he died. He came back. He has been Bjorn again.
No, that's when we get the movie deal, because it's Bjorn the Techno Viking. He dies at the end of that movie, and then it's Bjorn the Techno Viking 2. Bjorn
again. Bjorn again. And then the third one is Bjorn-ageddon.
There's just Bjorns everywhere. He's been
he's been cloned. Yeah.
He's been cloned. It's just iRobot. That's all it is. It's just iRobot.
or it's Mecha Bjorn.
And the fourth one,
purely metal.
And the fourth one, Bjorn goes back in time and has to fight himself.
We are so derailed, and I love it.
I'm so sorry.
I am so happy.
I'm apologizing. That was not my fault.
This is a chaos. This is a chaotic freaking group right here.
And
and it's awesome.
Came to this channel looking for like serious gameplay. Really, no.
You're
marking around.
Sorry, guys.
Poorly.
Ladies and gentlemen, you fucked up.
So we're crashing to our deaths.
You're crashing to your deaths, yes.
We're falling with style.
Yes. Optimism.
Someone has to be.
And as your ship rocks sort of side to side to side, as it's rocking side to side, Oh, well. As it rocks side to side, you see that one of the holes where the thing just rips open, and one of the soldiers just goes flying out of it. Just immediately, his seat is just ripped out.
This is why I told everyone to strap in.
And you hear Liar call out desperately. He goes, "Hold on, we're going for a..." The moment in the middle of the sentence, you impact. Now, the lunar gravity is not insanely strong. You are in a huge, heavy dropship. Like, you are still coming down with force. Like, maybe not the force you should be coming down with. Yeah. But I think for reference, you are coming down like easily with the force of like if you dropped a 2-decker bus from the sky. So you are coming down with force.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Lovely. Because you all passed your dex checks that come with this, you all retain consciousness and are mostly fine. Quick roll. All of you take 5 bludgeoning damage from the general rocking around and debris that fires out everywhere. Graph.
I don't like where this is going.
You're not conscious to realize that the seat that you're in just completely goes out. It gets ripped out in the way as you're moving. You just watch as Karaf disappears. His part of the ship is just ripped away, and he just fully disappears.
Can I have a chance to grab him? Because I do have deflect missiles. So if he goes flying past me, I could grab him, technically.
What's
Is
your
he a
strength?
missile?
He is an object that's just flying past me. He is a projectile at that point.
I will grant you that. What's your strength?
My strength, I'm actually decent. My strength is a 14 with a +2.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say that to give you like the sheer force of acceleration that these two things are pulling away from is going to hurt. I will let you do this if you take some damage.
I will take some damage. She's lawful good. She's going to save an innocent life if she can.
Nice. So you take a further 7 bludgeoning damage as you grab onto a piece of the fuselage as it rips away, and you're still like moving across the surface. You know, there isn't much.
I'd strapped into my seat. So
yeah, you're strapped into. When I say that, I mean the dropship's moving across the surface.
Okay.
So you've got hold to him, but just to give you like, there's not much of a semblance of drag. Like there's not much in the way of air resistance. So your ship is just skidding through the lunar dust. And it doesn't slow down for like a solid 20 seconds of skidding. Just like there is dust being flown around. You're being side to side. You are very painfully, desperately holding onto his chair as it is just. Guardians of the Galaxy 2, the scene with Drax as they're crashing.
Drax. I was thinking this is very much a Drax situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Place. Fucking hell.
And you come to a stop.
I immediately let go. Just drop him.
Lovely. You hear Liar call out. Like as you're just sort of getting your bearings, you hear like his seat sort of ejects itself off in some sort of emergency release mechanism. He calls out, "Head count! Head count!" And you hear his soldiers calling out their call signs. And at the end of the last one, he sort of looks down to the other end. You realize that he's covered in so much dust, he can't really see you as he sort of calls down to your end of the dropship.
Present and accounted for. Karaf is hurt and unconscious.
Okay. You see, he just like takes his arm and just like pulls it down the front of his visor, of his helmet. Sort of looks around. And it's only at this point you notice that one of the soldiers, his visor has fully shattered. He's dead. Like he has died from the exposure of the vacuum. And you just watch his Liar just sort of his head bows down a little bit, and it's just a very gentle under his breath. You just hear him say, "Shite." And he turns around and comes over to Karaf.
He's gonna point at the guy who's now sans one helmet and just be like, "I'm assuming that he's not supposed to be like that."
You see that there is Lyra looks up at you, and there's something on his face. I'm not sure Bjorn would get what it is, but he just doesn't answer as he turns back to treating Karaf. You see he pulls out this little syringe, basically like an EpiPen, but like a big chunky EpiPen, and just slams it into Karaf's thigh. Karaf, you suddenly wake up in massive amounts of pain with a several-inch long needle, 12-ball needle stuck in your leg where you've been injected with a stim pack. You are not doing okay.
Ow!
That's gonna leave a mark.
I just kind of turn my head and look at Kraft and say, "That is twice I've stopped you being pulled out of a spaceship."
You didn't do that. I stopped him being pulled out of the
I
space.
told you to do it. And the second time, I caught him as he was actively falling.
So you did it once then?
Duly noted. Did the tablet survive? Can I take note of it?
You go to look. Give me a percentile roll quickly.
Oh, hooray. These have gone so well for us the last few times. That one and that one. That is a 36.
Yeah, the tablet's functional. You pop it open. It's a little bit hard to see, obviously, where it's flickering on and off, but you realise there's a dropped pin on the marker, and it shows you the route. You look at the route that it's automatically tasking you with. You're surprisingly close. It reports you as only being 2.5 miles away from the point that you've been deployed to.
Oh, man, I love how they got Google Maps up here. But I'm just going to look around for a second and take stock of the situation and just look over at Lyra and just for a second be like, Agent Lyra, was it?
He looks up, you see, sort of cricks his neck. Commander Lyra.
How I realize that these these men of yours were probably rather close to you. Do you have any issues with the becoming more useful?
See, he sort of takes a breath. They're expendable to the mission.
Very well.
Actually, we all are.
I'm going to go over and just, as he sort of walks over, if any of you are really close, you can see some of his, there's probably nothing that's actually exposed to the air, is there?
No.
Would there be anything that would make it possible for me? Because this is quite a specific thing for...
I'm going to, there is some air, so I'm going to go, and, there is an atmosphere more so than it currently has, so the thing that would get you is pressure, and I feel like your ability here wouldn't be too affected by pressure.
Okay.
So your suit has an ability to allow you to do this.
So he's going to cordon off part of, it by the elbow, and you just see that it peels back, and then, almost little holes appear in his skin, and lots of, a little mist, sort of a brownish mist seems to pour out and envelops one of the crew members that died. And he's going to get up again.
Now that ain't normal where I come from.
That's not
That shit's
normal
weird.
anywhere.
It's not particularly. You're correct.
I ain't got no problems with the dead, but that's when they stay dead.
You see that the soldier... Sorry. Tablet.
I just thought the soldier was coughing.
No, he's not very
It's
good
in character.
Yeah, that is so method. Yeah, these are method tears. This is all happening at the same time. Really method. Oh yeah, and the redness of the cheeks, just super method.
He's back to life. It's fine. It's gonna be a bit.
So, the soldier stands back up, and in a very unnatural way, you realize that he's taken so much bodily trauma, like his bones are like clicking themselves back together. And Bjorn, you're going to hate this because it is pop, 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 pop.
Oh, tell him to stop before I pop his head off.
Unfortunately, this is what we will refer to as cannon fodder now. This is likely the first thing to go in. He's already expendable, as we've discussed. This is simply, one of the most likely ways to allow us to succeed. And he's going to pop his own shoulder back into a place.
Should we begin to prepare?
Yes. For what? What are we preparing for?
For battle.
Oh, most likely. It seems that we were attacked by something. Lyra, do we have any info?
You realize that two of the men have like walked out and are around the drop ship, and you see that he's talking. He's talking to you can hear his radio crackling. He says, "We're not sure. There's plants. We're surrounded by plants and trees, apparently."
On the moon?
Yes. You see
plants
that
are good, right? That means oxygen.
I mean, it depends if they're carbon-based life forms and they're the same as actual trees, or if they're just flora from another planet, in which case they may not necessarily need an atmosphere. We don't yet know.
You see that Lyra sort of pops his head out and looks around a bit and goes, "Did we land in fucking Florida?"
Alligators?
You look
set
out
up
and
a company bar up here. If we're here, I have a few people I gotta meet.
Yeah.
It's Orlando Resort.
Of you saying that, and he just points, and where he points to, you start to look out the fuselage, and you realize, like, this is a full mangrove. Like there's not a bloody throat. This is a full mangrove here. Like it looks like it's been there forever, and like there is no semblance of dust left, really. Like it is just like a mangrove, and like you look at the ground and you can notice that it's soil, but the soil it's kind of grey. Like it looks similar to the dust, but it's soil. You can tell it's soil, and there's no water anywhere, but it's like a mangrove if you drained it of all the water. And there's no animal life. The vacuum's still there. You can't hear anything. There is a slight atmosphere, not enough for sound, but you can tell there's no animal life here whatsoever. It's just this sort of static mangrove.
Do you think we'll have time that I can get my familiar?
10 minutes?
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to, before we start doing anything, I'm just going to kneel and just start, like, close my eyes and start, like, muttering to myself in a far lost language. And then within a couple of seconds, this raven is going to, like, appear on my shoulder. And I'm just going to, like, "Hello, old friend. It is good to see you again." And then stand back up, take my axe, like, "Okay, where's the killing?"
While he's doing that, Krath is actually going to go into a meditative state as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he is going to he's going to just prepare basically I'm going to find another spell that I want.
Yeah.
Be able to get out of our chairs?
Yeah, you were able to pop the chairs open and walk around.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if the impact like stopped that or anything. So.
Dorian?
Yeah.
You have a viewfinder on your gun, yes?
Well, yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a scope, but yeah, old Bessie, she has a scope, yeah.
Does that mean if you had slightly higher altitude, you could see how far these trees go?
Perhaps I could give it a go. Do you want me to climb, or should I go find some higher ground?
If you go onto the top of the fuselage, should be easy enough to get to.
That's a mighty fine idea. I will get on that.
Does anyone here
yeah.
have detect magic? Sorry, just before we go any further.
No, I do
Nope.
not.
No, cool. Then that's what I'm taking.
Lovely.
Cool. So yeah, I'm going to climb up and take a look around
Give me
through
a
my scope.
perception check.
I was scared for a minute that I was terrible at perception, but I'm not. I've got good perception. Yeah, that's a 31.
Oh.
Rolled a 19 and I have plus 12.
Oh shit.
You take a breath, bring old Bessie up, look through your scope, and all your skills come back to you. You've been contained for a while now, but, you know, as they say about old tricks with old dogs, you know what you're doing. You look around and you rapidly realize that this goes on for some way, like in basically every direction. You realize that northernly it gets denser the more north you go from this position. And you are sure you can see birds flying around, like full-on birds through the scope.
Well, this forest looks thicker off towards the north, but it looks like there's wildlife out there. I don't know about you, but I ain't heard of no life on the moon outside of the settlements.
This just sounds like a bad sci-fi movie.
I've seen my fair share of those, and if that's true, something's gonna go wrong.
Calling the DM out. Calling the DM.
Darlings, how could you?
Out of character, I've read enough SCP, which I think I know which one it is, and I'm really scared.
Does anyone here, by any chance, have any form of healing? No, by the sounds of it.
I can cauterize and amputate.
I believe there was a med kit in our provided gear. I could perhaps use my skills with some of that, but I have no magical means of healing.
No, I think I'll just live with it for the moment. It's fine.
Lovely. You can hear Commander Lyre making a fuss on the outside of the dropship, as you see all of his troops have now moved out to the outside of it, and are sort of like, they're walking around cautiously, being soldiers, scoping out your perimeter. I will leave it to Karaf, the glorious leader, to decide your future actions with this information.
I mean, it doesn't change our objective, does it?
Hmm.
This is simply another mystery that we'll have to uncover. As far as I can tell, and we head to the source of whatever this was, the only lead that we currently have is wildlife, which I believe is probably the next thing to discover, considering we don't know of any wildlife here. Does this sound...
Does the tablet's pre-planned route lead that direction as well?
Yeah, it does. The pre-planned route leads nearly directly north.
Cool.
Excellent. Any complaints of heading north?
So there were supposed to be people here?
A small amount, yes, I believe.
And now there are none of them here?
There are only trees.
We don't
and
know
there should
that.
not be trees.
I will point something out that Karaf knows. On your map, it shows not a live image, but the image of where it is. You are supposed to be standing in a city of several 100,000 people right now. This is a huge settlement you're supposed to be right in the middle of. There are supposed to be truly thousands of people here, and there is not even a semblance of artificial construction.
Have any of you watched any animes like One Punch Man?
Yes.
We're basically standing in one of those cities that has been leveled.
Leveled or
And
changed?
trees?
No, pretty much leveled. And now, as you so rightly put, trees.
Can I examine one of these trees?
You can, yeah.
It eats you.
Yeah, that is the sort of hacky thing that would happen.
I've got my bow staff, and I literally pull it off. I pull this little tube off my belt, just press like a finger pad on one side, and it just into a bow staff.
Nice.
And
Sorry, I had to mute myself and just rant for a minute there because SCP creeps me the fuck out.
Do you know which one it is?
No, I don't know the SCP. I don't know which one this is, but at the same point, I know the SCP. You can't fucking trust it. There's an evil coffee maker, for God's sake.
I was watching Kaya and then underneath you're underneath Kaya, and I was just like, does he realize he's muted? Is this purposely?
I was basically just going like Kraft was making a joke about the tree each and I'm sitting going, that's a possibility. Just like,
I've watched. If any of you've seen that like old film, what's it called? Evolution.
Oh yeah.
I've seen it, yeah.
It's like that they come to Earth, and then there's just at one point it's just like the tree.
Which is why I'm doing it, because I'm dexterous as hell. So she's going to like ever so gently just sort of first look, not getting too close, and looking at the types of plants, whether they seem to have any like natural adaptations for nomming.
Very technical terms.
Yeah.
Nomming.
I am concerned about the nom.
I'm gonna say you don't need to roll perception to be like, no, these look like very convincing, like plants, like actual human plants from Earth. Not human plants.
I'm gonna say, my God,
Human plants.
No skin. Oh.
Plants from Earth, the human world. I missed a lot of words there.
No, I
Okay,
like
and-
the human plants idea.
Yeah, that sounds very SCP.
That is SCP. There is a trade.
Don't say that.
A face just appears and goes like, "We're perfectly human now. Leave us alone."
Oh, they make puns.
Oh.
That's it. Cut the stream. We're done.
Yeah, that's it. We're over. We're all done.
Okay, so she just like first there's a gentle like nudge with the bow staff just to see if there's any like independent movement.
You nudge it. It's pretty solid. Doesn't really give.
Okay, and then she just approaches, and she just sort of not enough to do damage. Just sort of runs the bow staff up the bark to see if it reacts to any form of sensation.
No, doesn't seem to move. Doesn't seem to react in any way to you poking it.
I have an idea.
Uh-oh.
Does it involve cutting it down?
Lifts great axe.
You know what? I'm curious.
I'm also concerned.
Give me a strength check for doing that. I want to see just.
I actually I misread my strength check from earlier on.
Oh no.
Guidance.
Guidance. Ooh. Does that give me advantage on it?
No, it gives you plus D4 to whatever you roll.
Plus D4. Awesome. Well, I rolled a 16. So.
Hi.
And that is a 3, so that's a 19 plus 5, 24.
You cleave through this thing expertly. It kind of goes up a bit first because of the microgravity before then kind of going down again. You should not be able to hear what you just did, but you did hear it. And not like your microphone, like you heard it reverberate with your helmet, like you heard it.
Are you saying that the tree screamed?
Hmm?
Are you saying that the tree screamed?
No. Like in the same way, like the impact of him putting his axe through.
He heard a tree fall.
Oh.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say, my God, these are the people. They've all been turned into
That's what I
trees.
was worried about. That's what I was thinking. They've been turned into trees.
Don't make that face.
Oh no!
I don't want to be here anymore.
How many rings are in the tree? That will tell us how old it is. If this is like
It's just one ring.
a 1-year-old. No.
As the tree comes away, You see that it starts like leaking sap, normal looking sap, but the sap is like hissing away on contact with the air. It's just evaporating.
Okay.
Now, I do not know how trees are in this time, but where I am from, trees don't do that.
In general, trees don't do that. That's my experience as well.
I'm with you on this one.
I'm going to grab like a stick and just like a loose stick on the ground and just like wave it in the sap just to kind of collect it as it's give it something to
actually
connect
do.
to.
Some of the sap comes onto the stick, but you realize like the moment this sap is exposed to air, it is hissing and evaporating away. And you can see that on the stump of the tree, like it is drying out. All of the outwardly exposed areas is drying out and evaporating.
Mm-hmm.
No, you don't think from heat. It's not burning, but it is the rapid evaporation from low pressure.
Yeah, the vacuum is just pulling the moisture out of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rapidly evaporates.
Bjorn is learning new words.
Creepy as.
Well, now that we've had even more mystery, shall we try and discover what is going on with it? Do you mind if we head off then?
We should make a move. We've already been attacked once, and I don't want to be hunted down in this forest. I'll take the rear and keep an eye out for any civilians.
Take me
Lovely.
the front. I'll take me the front.
Commander Liar walks over and goes, sir, I don't know. And like he looks very confused, and he just hands you like this chunk of wood with a stone head on it, a stone triangular head, like strapped onto the top of it. It looks like it's been sort of like filled in together with little fletches on the back. This is an arrow. This is just straight an arrow, but like a very, very large arrow with a huge head to it, like a ballista bolt.
Jesus, you've really gone cross with like a ton of different films here. Is anyone else getting Avatar vibes?
I'm worried.
Shit, because
Really
we've been
weird.
hearing you just killed one of their
Become
friends.
Well, you know how they say, no one can know what film you're cribbing from if you crib from all of them.
Exactly.
Well,
Can't call it a rip off if everything is ripped off.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
I
all the
think-
film industry is. So
we have to assume then that there's some sort of sentient life that has taken root here in a very short amount of time. I have no idea how, but be prepared for sentient life.
Oh, don't worry. I've seen plenty of new species attach themselves to a country and then rapidly grow. I've seen it with wolves. I've seen it with bears. I've seen it with the
British.
I've seen it with Catholics.
I'm still speak up and say that. So I'm still speak up and say
at that point, Bjorn is so excited. He's just like, axe up. He's going to say, I will send Skadi, and she can see up higher.
Where was this found?
You see Laia turns over and goes, it was in the fuselage. It was lodged in the side of the fuselage of our ship.
This is what took us down. Then
Something sunk our battleship.
Yes. I think we should really be very wary of something, I suppose, rudimentary life. Shall we? Well, I think we've got to get to the bottom of it, don't we? We've got no other way out.
Lovely. Give me, either take your passive perception or give me a perception roll as you travel, so that to see what you notice. You can use your passive if you want.
I am going to roll for it.
So I rolled a 12 plus my perception, which I believe is 9 because I have expertise on that.
22.
No, 11. So 23 for me.
Lovely.
I'm an
I got
20.
Oh, hold on. My zombie rolls a 6.
I got a 28. but I'm specifically watching behind us for anything like pursuing.
13.
13.
I'm looking through Skadi's eyes.
Yeah. So yeah, the zombie and Kira, you don't really like it. It's just a forest. It's a spooky forest. It don't look right. It's a weird mangrove. You do notice though that like there is evidence of a water line in all of these trees, but this has been here at most an hour. So that is a strange thing to note in these trees. It's like there is like a lot of natural formations which would only come around from a lot of time in a lot of these trees. I'm going to say that Dorian notices this first. Dorian, you walk past something and you see like a little glint behind the trees, and it is unmistakably a door of a bulkhead. It is like it's a door, a metal bulkhead that's sort of slightly protruding from the forest. And it's about 25 feet away from the little path you're on. As far as what I would quickly tell Bjorn what he sees for his familiar as well. You see the same thing as well around the same time Dorian does. But you would also notice that as you look around, there is very little activity other than a couple of like birds flittering around. So these tiny little, like it looks almost like pigeons. Like you see an inordinate number of pigeons flying around in the air.
Yeah, I will point out this door to everyone. I'll be like, guys, we got it looks like a door over here. It's certainly not a tree. You might want to take a look at this.
I will kind of Bjorn will kind of snap himself out of his vision and then like look around and say, there is absolutely no activity here. It is even to the point where it looks like it's been uninhabited for some time. But I seen birds, like small birds, lots of them.
So, we're supposed to be in a city that was destroyed, attacked, whatever, half an hour before we even met each other. And now we're here. And we're in a forest that already is grown and has a lot of small wildlife, I guess.
Well, birds at the very least.
Yeah, at the very least.
Lovely. What are you going to do as a group then, as you discuss and as you find the bulkhead? Commander Lyre isn't saying anything at this point. His troops are sort of looking back to you, Karaf.
Well, I think we've got to find some sort of clues to this, so fuck it.
Open the bulkhead.
Bjorn, if you would like to make us an entryway.
Okay.
Bjorn is going to look at the door, put his axe back, and he's going to put his hand on another one of his runes. This rune represents stone, which gives me and everybody else, but like that doesn't really matter at this point, advantage on strength checks.
Lovely.
So I'm going to walk up and then just and try and pull the doors apart.
Okay, give me that strength check.
Guidance.
My hands are here. That's a nat 20.
Yay!
I'll happily show it. My hands are here.
Right. Bjorn, I completely believe you. It's fine. You get your fingers in, and kind of like opening a jar, this thing just pops open. What you get from this, though, is a sudden rush of air, just as you are just absolutely blasted in the face by like wind, which suddenly stops, and you hear like a very and you hear a very silent, very quiet boop, boop, coming from down a little part. Like it goes, the bulkhead leads down, and it goes down a set of stairs that leads to another door, which has a blinkering emergency light by the door, and you just hear a very faint, very quiet boop, boop, just going over and over again.
I would turn back to everybody and go, there's another door. Should I do that again?
Let's get inside first.
Okay.
Commander Liar, could we have some defense on the outside of this door?
You see that Commander Liar sort of looks around, has a little look at it. He beckons everyone in and he says, I could probably trip the security mechanism that will self-seal behind us once we go down. Try and keep the pressure.
Let's do that.
Fantastic. Him and his troops sort of go in after Bjorn. They sort of get themselves down into the stairway.
As we do that, I'm also going to cast alarm on the door.
Zaps is gonna just follow Bjorn. She's been quiet now. She's curious and interested.
Lovely. Now that you're all down here, I'm going to say Bjorn. You did so well on that previous one. Bjorn just carries it through. He's just in the zone.
I'm a juggernaut, bitch.
You just fully rip this door open, pop it like a sardine can, and you immediately need to give me a dexterity saving throw. With disadvantage, sorry. With disadvantage.
I'm big, not fast. Come on, man. That was a great roll. So that's a 19 on the dice there.
Okay, did you do the disadvantage?
I'm doing the disadvantage now. I'm not even joking. I will show this, right? The disadvantage, the first roll was a 19, the second roll was an 18. Plus my dex is 321.
You catch the sight. You've done this before. They've sent you out on weird kooky quests before. You've gotten a vague sense of what modern technology is. You know an assault rifle when you see one. Because you just see that there is a firing squad of about 8 men, all in these various defensive positions that have been hastily assembled, and you see them. You hear the commander shout "fire," and in that second, manage to whip yourself back in time as just a hail of bullets comes down into the doorway where it previously was.
Can I try and intimidate them?
Go on.
Okay, I'm going to, from the hiding spot, I'm going to take out my shield. And I'm going to be like, if you try to shoot me one more time, I'm going to take each of you, and in a line, your head will be inserted into the next person's ass until I get to the last one, who will be inserted into the first person's ass, and I will make a circle of assholes.
Okay. Don't bother rolling. I am mildly scared, and you're not even saying it to me.
I think after that, Kraft would like to just pipe up, which is like, as much as that was probably correct, we are probably friends.
I'm not friends. They nearly shot me.
Yes, I think they probably thought you were the locals.
I think they might be the locals.
You hear a sound call out. It's the sound of a very young man. Calls out, Corporal Doyle, Price Crater Defense Force. Who's here?
Your worst fucking nightmare.
That doesn't help, Bjorn.
Zaps is going to walk in front of Bjorn. It's like, well, I'm Zaps. This big lad here is a scary guy, and he's going to insert all your asses, he's going to do what he said if you guys don't cooperate. And we're here because we're told to be here. And are you civilians?
As you look out, you see the unmistakable mass of people that are gathered here. This is definitely some of the survivors, all just huddled down here. The people in front of you are not civilians. They are in similar armor to yours. It's though it's grey instead, and you can tell that it was hastily put on because a number of them like don't have gloves or don't have like entire parts of it. You can see they very quickly just thrown as much as they could on. I would say all of these people are also very young. There are no senior, like the other people obviously are all sorts of ages, but all of the soldiers in here are all like conscripts. These are not seasoned troopers.
Interesting.
Well, we have been sent here to investigate the situation. So if you could lower the weapons and explain to us what is going on, we will find some sort of mutually beneficial instance.
You see the corporal sort of has a little look around and he sort of waves for the other guys to put their weapons down. They sort of slowly lower it and he says, we were kind of hoping you could tell us what happened. It's just this siren started blaring and we all got told to go to the strongholds. We all made for as quick as we could. The door was still open and it was so silent. Everyone just disappeared. It was just like that. I don't know what happened. They just vanished. And all of those tree things started appearing. They were like appearing out of the ground. They were growing, but so quickly. There was this smell, we've lost several people. They were exposed to it. The soldiers that were defending the entrance. There was this gas. Like we couldn't see it, couldn't tell that it was there, but they started dropping like flies. If we hadn't got the pressurized doors down, we would have surely died.
And we were just out in that, weren't we?
We have helmets on.
We do have helmets on. Never mind.
Can I possibly make an insight check on Commander Liar and his troops? Because remember, they did approach us and they did act confused.
Do an insight check.
Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. That's a 13.
They're a bit quiet.
With the plus 12, sorry.
What?
Was that with your plus 12?
No, so I rolled
Oh no, sorry, it's perception that you've got the plus 12 on. Sorry,
yeah,
my mistake.
perception.
I was realizing that was a 1.
No,
you look, they're a bit quiet, but they look like soldiers. You know what a warrior looks like. They look like warriors.
Just young ones.
No, I meant Commander Liar, the ones that came with us.
Sorry, yes. Commander Liar is a bit deadpan. You don't notice anything other than that, really. He's a bit deadpan, bit non-hyperverbal, but beyond that.
Okay, I'm going to be keeping an extra eye out on him. Going to get my familiar to watch him.
Okie dokie. Okay, what else are you going to do? You've got these men in front of you.
You described a smell. What was the smell?
It's hard to describe. Masonry. If you ever that smell of a brand new kitchen, you know when they put those in the nice little mess halls, they have those little countertops with the little granity stuff they bring in from Earth. Well, I mean in the officers' stuff, of course, but you know that nice countertops they use and the stuff they bring back from home. Kind of smells like that when it's brand new, when it's like fresh out of packaging and whatnot.
I have no idea what he's saying. Is he saying it smells like stonework?
Yes.
Yeah. Freshly carved stone.
Granite.
He sort of nods back confusingly at you, but he's not aware enough to really ask you about it.
Was there anything that happened even a day before? Any new ships come in? Any new personnel?
We've been on status orange since yesterday. They didn't let us know what. They said we were being moved to status orange due to an unidentified threat. So we've been on a heightened state of readiness that we've not been for a good 15 years. But I don't know. It's a bit vague. Sorry.
It's all right. Any information at this point is helpful.
Also, we found this, and he was going to pull out the massive arrow. We believe this was the cause of the crash of our dropship? Not just this, several of these. Do you have any information on what might have been able to fire this?
I need you to give me an insight check, not on this person in particular, but a more general one.
Okay. That's 29.
Perfect. He has no idea. This guy in front of you is a lowly corporal. He looks probably more confused than you are by it. But it's not only him in the room.
Oh, scientists.
You see that this room is basically filled with bunks and lots of like little like containers of ammunition and weaponry for the people to be able to defend themselves. Like you see, there's some ration packs spread out. There's a few other little bits and bobs. A couple of bed bunks away from where you are, there is a man wearing a sort of like dark grey t-shirt, and he's definitely in his pajamas. He immediately reacts to seeing you pull it out and gets up and walks off immediately to it. Not aggressively, but he has this sort of very worried look and then just turns out, walks away.
I wanted Zaps to actually, because she walked in, would she notice that as they're all talking? Because she walked in front of Bjorn.
I'm going to say no. This was quite subtle. This is the sort of thing because Karef would also notice that they have this man on the back of his t-shirt has the same logo. He has the same emblem as your troops.
That's fair enough. He's just going to look towards the man that's just walked away. And for anyone that's right next to him, he's going to tilt his head to one side. And just as he tilts, there's a very slight... and I'm going to create a telecommunication link with him.
Nice.
Actually, hold on. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if it needs to be a willing creature.
I'm happy to rule in the moment that it's fine to do.
You sure?
Yep. For the sake of continuity, we'll keep going.
Okay. Then it's just like a... And then in like his mind, he's just going to go, you have some information that we need. But it doesn't, no one else hears it. It's just in his head. He just sort of stands there. And as he's sort of speaking to him, he's just going to stare at him and walk around the crowd.
As you do, the man stops upon hearing it. And most people, if they heard a voice in their head, would be panicked. He stops and shows no outward sign of distress. And you can see him like almost sighing as he replies back to you telepathically. And says... I am of no assistance. I shouldn't have survived, let alone anything else.
But you know what this is?
I do. And I wish I didn't.
Well, you're going to have to explain to us all now.
He turns round and walks to you to talk to you. I ran a site about a mile north of here, Site 42. We contained anomalous entities here. You see, he fully phases out and like his eyes go all misty and he's sort of like, his eyes defocus and he's sort of almost like he's kind of thinking back into his mind a bit as he starts like to gently sway as well. He's like really sort of snapping out of it.
Can I approach?
You can, yeah. You would have seen Karaf doing this.
I think I have the same ability as Karaf, so would I have recognized his movements and the movements of the other guy in response?
Yeah, I'm going to say you can intuit that.
Yeah, so I don't know what was said, but I know that he can do that. And she's gonna walk up. And just kind of studying him for a moment.
Me or the...
No, the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And because I saw him, because he was walking away, so we would have seen the symbol on his t-shirt.
Yeah.
You're with SCP.
I was.
What
You're
did
going
you
to
see?
Ooh, sorry.
Sorry, I missed what you said.
What did you see?
There was a device. The perpetual motion machine, we thought. The ability to produce infinite power for the Empire. We could sail among the stars. Reign once again. No sun would ever set on our empire, we were told. We tested it. It brought things through. It changed people. People became different. They gained abilities that define physics. It didn't make any sense.
How long ago?
Years now. Good 2 decades, maybe 3.
This makes more sense.
Leave it to the Brits to be the ones to do that.
Then and
She's good at offhand snipes, okay? She's good at that.
yeah. And Soranari kind of raises her hand and says, "Then we are your progeny."
You were affected?
We were, yes. We have been sent to fix this because we are its mirror, it seems.
This device, it's dangerous.
Of course.
We thought it could provide infinite power. It nearly destroyed everything. If it had gone critical, we wouldn't be here. At least on the plus side, we never would have known that it went critical. But
So
we
what
managed
is
to stop
this forest?
It's a mile north, not too far away from here. I don't know if it's still intact with everything that's happened. But listen, if it is what I think it is, if the device has caused this, the dimensions are weak. Not only are they weak, but everything else that was contained at Site 42 is now free. You must understand me.
Is interesting.
How many things were contained
The
at Site?
dimensions.
The 9 worlds, Midgard, Asgard.
Oh.
So there's several different worlds colliding into one.
You opened the portal. Are you insane?
Not the good worlds, the bad worlds. Likely.
Helheim.
Helheim, likely.
Helheim is not the bad. You mean Muspelheim?
Yes, that one. Likely. Carry on. Sorry, he's a bit slow.
You see, the man does actually sort of like, he has like the first smile you've seen from him. He does look a bit gaunt, but he seems to be able to derive some amusement from it. And he says, we contained about 400 anomalous entities at Site 42.
Right. That is a lot.
The 3 you need to be concerned about. The statues, the screamer, and those goddamn specs.
Specs?
They green.
Statues.
They are. It's like dust that can form itself into the shape of anything. It's capable of this dust is sentient. It is quite intelligent. It's able to steal memories.
Hold on.
Fascinating.
It can change its shape.
Oh no.
Is anybody in this room made of dust?
So it can change its shape, steal your memories, and you're telling me this is not. That sounds like Loki.
Maybe Loki created it.
If it is
You see that
him,
the guy is a bit like he's very confused as to this like Norse guy in front of him. Like he's just
Loki has created stranger things. I mean, there was at one point an 8-legged horse. So
Wasn't he like the mom of that eight-legged
yeah, he
horse?
gave.
yes,
Yes.
Loki has done a lot of strange things. So him creating this dust could be possible.
We'll keep it on the back burner. Now,
yeah.
I think it is certainly, Bjorn, in your endless wisdom, it is a possibility. We'll keep it in mind.
Brenner's really chuffed that somebody called him wise. He's like,
Yeah.
it's not often I'm known for my intellectual skills.
Well, you carry a raven, of course, which is a symbol of your wisdom, I assume.
Bjorn is happy now. Happy Bjorn is happy.
Oh, he's adorable.
Pat.
The man looks up and like you could just see the pure bewilderment on his face, and just turns back to you, Craft, and says, "Look, don't look at the screamer, and don't blink to the statues."
Oh.
Nope. No.
No.
Guys,
for who
let's
in
hit
this
the
shit.
stream. Let's go.
I'm out.
I
I'm not
play
doing
with
it.
Zach in a campaign. He's done this to me before.
I
Doing
listen
it.
to David Tennant. I'm not
No.
going to blink.
I've got my little list. It's statues, don't blink. Screamer, don't look. Specs, basically Loki. Okay, let's go fucking hunting. We're after. I am up for this.
Is there a way to turn this device off?
We didn't turn it off. It remained operational. We contained it. We weren't able to stop it without destroying the device, and the device was Her Majesty's property.
I have an off button.
I was going to say, if theoretically it was to cease to be functional by outside measures, what is likely to happen?
This would disappear. The damage would have been done, but all of this is I'm right. This is all a figment of the dimensional energy which is creating this bleed over between worlds where they are thin and weak. The bleed over stops. Everything goes back to its place. Hopefully, although we won't get our people back, we can get this place back. We can rebuild.
Good.
Okay, and in the case of I understand that I don't get a lot of the science, and the science question was obviously a very important one. But what happens if we just break it?
That's.
That would turn it off, yes. You see, he just sort of looks at you and goes, yes, that would turn it off.
Good to know.
Well, it's been a pleasure, but we have a job to do, don't we?
Yes, we do.
I'm sure that once this is all over, either you will be alive or we'll all be dead. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Lovely. As you walk to him, you hear the commander call out, Commander Liar, and he says, "Sir, we need to be on the move."
Wait, just said that. Yes, let's go.
"Sir, we need to be on the move."
Well,
Now, can I make an insight check, please?
You can
And
Bastion Arada.
did my alarm go off from the top?
Nope.
Freaking Bastion Arada.
And I'm going to say the corporal says, "Are you all right?" To which he replies, "I've forgotten the words already."
we need to be on the move.
Yes, sir, we need to be on the move in the same voice.
Is it coming from a person?
It's coming from Commander Liar's armor. It's coming from him.
Could you please close your door? This might get a little messy.
Is this the point where I start hitting things?
Is he inside the area with the civilians, or is he in the corridor?
So just to give you a bit more, this is like an open plan area. All of the bunks are just there. So he is fully exposed to everyone else in the room and yourselves.
Let's
Right.
go, Commander.
Commander, could you lead the way?
Sir, we need to be on the move.
Right, kill it.
You have to tell me twice.
Yeah,
Don't
Tori's
break,
like sniper
don't
up.
break the suit. Just get it out.
Throw it out the door.
You can roll initiative for me, but as you go to roll initiative, the visor clears and lights up internally to show nothing. The suit has nothing inside it. And the point where you say, right, kill it, a deafening sound occurs where it goes,
Look away, look away.
Okay. Close my eyes immediately.
I close my eyes and cover my bird's eyes.
I'm looking down at the ground and closing my eyes.
Yep.
We have to fight blind now. I don't want to do this.
I use a sniper. I can't fight blind.
I assume that we can probably still, out of the corner of our eye, if it's anything like the other things, but we don't know that.
Uh-oh, we've lost audio.
Can't
Uh-oh.
hear you, bud.
I think you just knocked out your mic because you screamed into it. We can't hear you at all. Hello? Yeah, I think the scream kind of messed with your sound settings. Oh no!
Well, guys, what happens
goodness.
when the monster gets the DM?
Universe is over. We're all dead.
Do we win, or does the DM win, or no, nothing yet?
No, you've got to do the entire thing now with interpretive dance. Have you got a set of headphones that you might be able to plug in?
Right, you could try just unplugging the
Yeah,
the
just
mic and
unplug
plugging
it and then
back in.
plug it back in.
Could reset
If you're
it.
using an external microphone, I suppose.
hello, 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 hello. Oh.
Yeah, there we go.
Here we go. Yay, I'm here. I broke it. I got too much into the screen.
Your impression was too good.
Love it. Excellent.
We heard none of that.
So we're all looking away. We said something about we don't know whether we can look at it slightly or if we can't look at it at all.
You don't know what the rules are. This dude didn't really explain it to you before this happened. I would also say as well, like, you're pretty close to it. But if the rule is don't look at it, there are many people looking directly at it right now.
Yeah.
I did shout, look away.
Yeah, everyone look away.
I'll also point out, you've been looking at this thing for a while and you don't know
Yeah,
how
that's
long it's been a
true.
thing.
God damn it.
So, I mean, if you could take the risk, you can risk it for a chocolate biscuit and, look at it, but you don't know because it could have just happened now. So,
Okay. Can I shout out, scientist man, can you look at it slightly or not at all?
The scientist grabs your arm and just says, "We're dead. Fucking run," very loudly at you. At which point he lets go and bolts away in the other direction. And he pays no attention to what you really said.
Well, I get my fucking psychic link with him again and say, can we look at it like from the corner of our eye?
He says, no, you can't look at it at all. You can't, don't think about it. Look away, don't think about it. Whatever you do, don't picture what it looks like.
Cool. Guys, apparently we can't fight this. We may need to leave.
What? This is just a question of curiosity. What if I fight it but don't look through my own eyes?
Ooh.
I'm gonna say, I tell you what. Yeah, I think that Bjorn has enough of a level of like that kind of logic where he goes, well, if it's the thing that looks at it, I can look at it without actually looking at it by using the. Yeah, you think you could probably do that?
Okay, so at this point, I'm gonna try, like, obviously eyes closed, try and get my bird to go to like a perch, like on one of the bunks or something, and then I'm going to use my vision through my bird and see if I can at least get a glimpse of a direction I can move. Kind of see if I can get a command of the field of combat here, or at least get a sight of what I'm looking at, what I'm fighting.
What you're looking at when it looks and you see what's going on, you can see that the commander, as it screams, has gone straight for one of the defense soldiers and is currently breaking its neck. It's just fully like that. It is up to one of the soldiers in front of it. Obviously, there's not much time has elapsed by this point, but you, like, as you start looking at it, you can see that. You see that this is, all of this is within perfect range for you to run up and smack it. A bunch of people are starting to run off, and the soldiers are drawing their weapons. They are in a sort of semicircle around it, but there is a line of sight between you and the truck of soldiers.
Okay. And someone has already said that this dust does stuff. So Bjorn is smart enough to know if this is the dust, it's probably inside, so don't break the suit.
It's the screamer, this one. This isn't the specs, this is the screamer.
Right, okay. So this one I can kill.
We don't know that, but you can try.
Yeah, we assume it's the screamer. Player-wise, we are assuming it's the screamer and not
It
the
did
dust.
scream.
It did
It
scream.
screamed so hard it almost killed our
But there is nothing inside the suit.
Becca, he's probably going to attack us. He's probably going to attack.
Yeah.
What did everyone get on initiative? Did you hear me say that?
Oh,
Yeah, I rolled.
Yeah.
I got 24.
I get advantage on initiative. Okay. 22.
23.
I got an 18.
No, like I've written people's proper names as I'm putting this down, but you're just Bjorn now. Bjorn is all the level of
Bjorn.
Yay!
It was actually my birth name, so I'm good with that.
Yay!
Awesome.
Sorry, I don't know if you got that. I got a 1.
Oh.
At least you wasted it.
No,
Yes.
I rolled a 2.
Oh.
You have a minus to your initiative.
How
Yes.
is the 7'2" part metal barbarian faster than this guy?
Look,
Yes.
I'm more of the thought process. That's all that goes on here.
While somebody takes their first turn,
You're missing this turn of combat, but the reason that you are is because of that quick conversation you had with the scientist.
And what? Sorry.
Remember, you had that quick mental conversation with the scientist.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to say is taken up that moment while you're saying.
Okay. The zombie is also on my turn.
Okay. So.
While they take their first turn, I'm going to jump and quickly put on something quick to eat. It's just a microwave thing. It takes like a minute and a half.
That's all right. You've got 2 people in front of you, so
no worries.
You've got a minute. Dorian.
So I'm first to act, right?
Yeah.
So this thing's not acted, right?
Yeah, it's not
broken
yet,
a soldier's
other than before you went into initiative, breaking the soldier's neck.
Excellent, because I have assassinate, because I'm part rogue. So I'm I'm not like looking directly through my scope, but I know where it is well enough to just aim my gun right at it, and it's pretty close by, right?
Yeah, it's
relatively
pretty close by. You can.
So I want to shoot it with the assassinate, so I get advantage, and then because I have advantage, I'll be able to sneak attack. And then if it hits, I'm going to do ensnaring strike as well.
You are welcome to do all of that.
I don't like the way you said that.
So to hit is, hang on, where's my buddy? Right. 18 to hit. No, more.
Yeah, well, 18 does hit, but yeah.
Yeah, it's actually a 19 because of. No, it's more. It's proficiency bonus, but it's fine. It hits.
Okie
dokie. So that's 3d8 from the sniper. 3d6 from the sneak attack.
Rogues.
And then yeah, I'm ensnaring striking as well, which is a strength saving throw or restraint.
The rolls. I'm gonna save you the ensnaring strike. You just pick up and expertly wallop. Falls down.
I mean, it was 28 damage.
20. Yeah, that was enough. Okie dokie. To yourself, Kia. What did you get? So, what are you going to do?
I've shut my eyes. I can't see it. I am pretty much only close quarters. And in that moment, I'm listening. What can I hear?
You can hear a lot of people reacting to this immediate outbreak of violence. You hear a lot of people shouting and screaming. You're quite at one with things. You hear whispering, very gentle whispering, coming from over where this thing was. Obviously now it's just been cleaved, but yeah, you hear like this very slight whispering sound coming from over there.
I'm going to slowly walk towards it. Just listening to that sound. Can either of us understand what it's saying?
No. It is the faintest one. It also is, it's like listening to gibberish. It has no sort of semblance of even language structure that you know of.
Okay.
So you're following the whispering to where it goes. You bump directly into one of the other soldiers that was with you. At which point you hear the soldier go, "Commander, are you okay?"
I take a step back from him.
"Commander, are you okay?"
And just immediately flurry of blows. I'm gonna punch the shit out of him. I'm gonna spend a key point and do flurry of blows.
Nice. Give me those rolls.
Okay.
If I knew it was more than one, I could have horde breakered, I could have extra attacked.
It could be passing on through.
I'm just gonna run to the
people.
toilet.
Okay.
It could be.
That is a 22 to hit.
Yep, that hits.
So that's 4 damage for the first hit. It's a 23 for the second attack. So that's 7 on the first hit. 5 on the second hit, so a total of 12.
Yep.
This is where monks get ridiculous. I'm going to attack it again. For my second attack, because I get 2 attacks per round. Flurry of blows lets me do 2 attacks. And that's another 23 to hit. For an additional 9.
Okie dokie. This thing just dies. It just and in like almost a Looney Tunes sense, you've hit it so quickly, so fast that it's a little bit like someone just disappeared out the armor. The armor sort of like and then drops to the floor.
Okay. Then, with my eyes closed, I'm going to use my bonus action to spend a second key point, patient defense.
Nice. So, what's your dex, Bjorn?
It's +3.
Crack ahead. What are you gonna do?
Is there one near me?
So, the only things that Bjorn has seen is the commander who's down, and you can clearly tell that one of the soldiers was also, because Kia just went up to it and destroyed it, and it was clearly empty.
Well, it stands to point that if the commander was infected, one of the soldiers was infected,
the others are.
The other ones are probably infected. So the way Bjorn would see it is there's no time to ask questions, probably not worth taking the risk. So you just go for the nearest one. And obviously, Barbarian, first thing I'm going to do is bonus action Rage.
Yep.
When I Rage, I get the option to change my rune that's activated, but I'm not going to do that. Because if I'm in combat, this one gives me extra bludgeoning damage.
Ooh.
So basically how these runes work is I have 6 runes inscribed on my body. Each one represents something different. They give me out of combat small bonuses like advantage on things or such and such. At this level, the advantage is spread to my colleagues, but in combat, they add on an additional D8 of damage pertaining to whichever rune's activated. The last one activated was stone, so I get bludgeoning damage.
Very nice.
So I'm gonna barrel up to him, great axe out, and
Nice.
swing.
Give me those rolls.
Give me them rolls. So I make 2 attacks per turn at this level.
That's very nice.
So okay, I need to double check something because I've rolled one of them as a 19, and I think I have. I think I have heightened. Bear with me just 2 wee moments. No, I don't. It's I know I do have something that does it, but it's only when my frost rune is activated, which is not the case here. So it's a 19 plus. All right, awesome. So yeah, that one hits, and then it's a 15 plus 8 in total, so that's 23 to hit.
Lovely.
Sorry, it's a +9 for some reason to hit. I was looking at my strength plus my. No, that's my initiative I'm looking at, not my proficiency. That's why. So yeah, it's a +9 to hit on both of them. So that's a 28 on one hit, and then a 24 on the other to hit.
Yeah, just about. You know,
Just about.
Just barely.
So 1d12 and 1d8, and then another d12 and another d8.
I've been very much enjoying watching all the donations come in. We've had about 10 donations so far, which is really
Fantastic. Keep doing
And
it,
we're
guys.
up
Keep
to-
donating.
Yep, there's £40 in there at the moment, which I'm very happy about.
Yes, guys.
That's great.
Thank you so much, guys.
To the person that asked, yes, this is a homebrew class. It's called the Rune Scarred Barbarian. They're quite good. They're quite effective. I'm enjoying it.
Ask you later for that, like where you find that, because
D&D Beyond,
Yeah?
Beyond homebrew list are honestly
Okay.
they get verified before they're allowed to be shown by the public. So they all go through like a balancing process. So it's it's a really good place to look for something fun to play.
Oh yeah.
10 plus 5 is 15, plus 4 is 19, 26 damage in total.
Yeah. You come up, wallop, drops down. Same thing happens again. An empty suit of armor drops to the ground.
Okay. That's all I can do.
Now it is your enemy's turn. You watch as the body of the soldier that was killed begins to violently convulse on the floor.
I'll like this.
And starts to get it, like, you realize it's trying to like stand back up again, but to do so, it has turned a full 180 to be able to get its arms around the right way to push itself up. But it's only turned its torso, so its head has stayed forward, and so have its legs. It's just turned the center round to push itself up.
Oh no!
No. And just standing. And that's the end of its turn.
Just imagine all the clicking and popping noises.
Oh, gotta love it.
Bjorn has his next target.
The same screech coming out of not only that soldier, but the remaining 3 guys who came with you do the same thing. They begin to screech, put their arms out, and each of them go to grapple one of the soldiers, one of the defense force soldiers who's close to them. Okay, You watch as two of these soldiers' necks are just straight broken and they both drop dead, just like that. The third one, you hear the crunch of his neck going around, and you just hear him gurgling as he's still alive, but like he sort of falls back, trying
Paralyzed.
to scream, but comes more as a gurgle out. Yeah, this guy's messed up, but not dead.
Very rude.
Yeah, don't play with your food.
And with that, Zap's turn.
All right. So all we were told is not to look at him, right?
Yeah.
That's all. Okay. She is currently staring at the ground. So I'm guessing she's heard kind of the movement of her crewmates that have already attacked. She's heard the flopping of two other dead bodies, or what she has assumed dead bodies, and the gurgling. I think she would head towards that noise since it's more prominent, there, and she'd keep going until I think it's 10 feet for a glaive, for a radius of the glaive.
Yeah. You read them, and you're going to attack them, are you?
And what she's going to do is do kind of twirl with the glaive. Not sure, like with the glaive out, like just to hit anything. If you get me.
I'm concerned for my shins.
So I'll roll to hit if it hits anything, of course. That is efficient. Okay. That is a unnatural 20.
That is a solid hit.
Solid hit, grand. With a glaive, that's fun. So 2d10s. Two d10s, so that's 10 damage, and since she's she doesn't want to die, she is going to expel that electricity as well through her glaive, as usual. That's kind of her thing, and that would be 6, so 10 slashing damage on the glaive, and then 6 electric damage on whatever it hit.
Yep, the soldier that went down first, that had gone to standing up, as he's standing up, you just wallop straight in the face.
Grand.
Skull completely, not even gets decapitated, just takes the head off. Any semblance that there was a head there before is gone, and just poof, as it drops back down.
Okay, and...
Very aggressive nope moment.
No. She is then going to try move again in the same kind of motion, because for her extra attack, and basically do the same thing. So to hit, that's so much better. That's a 23 to hit. Anything in general, whatever is there.
You know what? No, I've changed my mind. I'm going to add an extra 1 onto it. No, I'm going to make it a 3-digit AC now. Just no.
That is a 16 slashing damage and a 9 electric damage.
Yep, dead.
Ooh,
dead.
Dead.
Yeah, you catch one of the soldiers that you were traveling with, again, straight in the midriff, and just disappears, turns into just flaps of fabric and armor.
Yeah. Sounds like a good way to kill things. It's fine. And that's her turn, so... Still staring at the ground.
The soldiers are going to take their turn. I've already done their turn while you were going for sake of efficiency. You just see that they let rip with machine gun fire into them, and I mean it looks like it's hurt them somewhat, but they're still standing.
All right.
And it's not Mr. Gibbons, you got negative initiative. So...
I didn't get negative. I got 1.
You got a nat 1.
No, I didn't nat 1. I got a 2.
Oh, I thought you said you nat 1 and had a negative initiative. So I thought, no, okay, it is your turn.
No, I'm just on 1 initiative currently.
I misunderstood.
Okay. Well, in this position, there's how many is there that are sort of how many extra soldiers are there left?
So there, of the soldiers defending here, the ones that are still there are 5 of them left.
5 of them, and pretty much all of them starting to look pretty overtaken.
Nope, they look fine. You notice nothing about them. They are square. You notice nothing immediately about them.
Who have we been attacking then?
The ones we were traveling with.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Sorry, I thought you meant the ones that were here before. Yeah.
No.
No, okay. No, the ones you were traveling with. Yeah, they look very much so. All of them are making the same squealing noise and are at the moment trying to kill the local soldiers.
Right, so they are trying to kill us. Excellent. Yeah, those ones, please. How many?
2 soldiers standing, and there are 2 of the local soldiers on the floor turning. They're not turned yet, but they are.
There's two next to each other, is there? You saying?
There are 2 next to each other attacking, and there are 2 which are being turned at the moment. They are being turned into these things.
Well, then I think are any of them within about 10 foot of me?
One of the soldiers would be within 10 foot of you. One of the active threats.
Okay, well then I think what I'm going to do then is I'm going to sort of go close and stay where I am, and I'm going to hit him with a poison spray. So just like on the floor, he's going to get right on him. So that's going to be. I'm really not rolling well today. That is a 14 to hit.
14 hits.
Oh, it does. Okay, well that's good then. Good to know. And then it's 8 plus 4. So no, not plus anything, is it? Yeah, so it's just 8 damage.
Just 8. Yeah, it looks very messed up. Did not like that, but yeah.
Yes, good. Okay, so it's just gotten hit, and then the guy that got resurrected earlier is going to come in and try and distract the soldiers that are on the floor turning, then, and probably attack as well.
Okie dokie. Give me an attack from him then against the soldiers on the floor.
Okay. I mean that's a 14.
Yep.
So it's going to hit. I just need to double check how much damage he does. I believe that is a d6 plus 1. Yeah. Going to deal 3 damage.
Again, nice solid hit. Lovely jubbly. I'm going
Absolutely.
to switch back round, and we are back at Aaron.
Cool. How many of these guys are left then?
2 that are standing and attacking at the moment, 2 that are about to turn and become the infected.
Okay, the 2 that are standing up, are they within 5 feet of each other?
Yeah.
Cool. Then I can use Horde Breaker. So if I hit one, I can attack the other.
Well, actually, technically speaking, all 4 of them would be within 5 feet of each other.
Yeah, but with Horde Breaker, when I make a weapon attack against one, I can make the same attack against another creature within 5 feet of it.
Right. That is good.
And because I don't have advantage anymore, so I won't be able to sneak attack. Unless these guys are flanked. Are they flanked in any way?
Yeah, the first guy's flanked.
Let's look at sneak attack. I don't need advantage if an enemy of him is within 5 feet of him, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can still sneak attack. And you know what? I'm gonna throw out a hunter's mark as well.
Fucking hell. Remember not to look at them.
Just on the first guy. You know, they're dying. So yeah, hunter's mark on the first guy.
Yep.
Which my attack will do a 16 to hit.
16 to hit. Yep, that hits.
Yeah. So why did I put all the dice back? It's an extra d6 now as well because of hunter's mark. So the first one is terrible rolls.
Was that like a soundboard thing, or was that actually a child screaming?
I think that was an actual child.
I do apologise. It is from me. My stepdaughter ran into a door.
Oh.
That's 28 damage to the first guy.
Yes, it was actually 28 damage was what happened.
She level 1, that's a straight knockout.
She's absolutely fine, guys. She's panicky. She's a panicky wee 5-year-old.
Oh, bless
And
her.
then the Horde Breaker attack onto the second one is a 25 to hit. He's not Hunter's Marked or Sneak Attacked, so that's just 21 damage.
Yeah,
Is he still standing? Because I have extra attack.
No, all of them dead. Both.
Can I shoot one that's turning on the floor?
Fighting you have both just been blown to smithereens.
There's ones on the floor turning, right? Can I shoot one of them?
The ones on the floor turning.
I'm gonna shoot one of them with my extra attack. 24 to hit. And that's 15 damage on that guy because of modifier.
Lovely. Yeah, he dead. He dead. He solid and dead.
Yes. But they do say they like that.
Yeah, that's it for me. Sniper go pew pew.
Sniper go pew pew.
A very effective pew pew.
Pew pew is what snipers are supposed to do. So really, you're doing your job perfectly.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Okay, I go back to listening. My patient defense is up. I'm listening for those whispers.
Nice. Right. I'm trying to think. Sorry, I'm getting my map up here.
Mm.
I'm getting myself confused now. Everyone's down except the one that's turning. And for the sake of simplicity, because I can't figure out what I've written here, I've written some daft notes. There's one close to you within range.
Okay. I'm gonna smack him. Just put him out of his misery. It's like kill him while he's still human.
Cool.
I don't know if that's better or worse. Quick, kill him while he can still feel things.
It's a dirty 20 to hit.
Yep.
And I will do. Should I spend another key point? Yeah, can I spend another key point to do flurry of blows on him again?
Sure.
Okay.
You're a monk. If you didn't do it, we'd be worried.
Okay, so first hit only does 4.
Yep.
Second one is. Let me do some maths real quick. That's 12. Yeah, quick maths. That's a 15 to hit.
Yeah, sorry. We've established 13 upwards hits.
Yep.
Yeah, so 15 hits. Nice.
It was always good to get confirmation. So that's an additional 5, and then final hit, just to really smack him. That's it's going to hit. I rolled 15 on the die, and that is an additional 9.
Very good. Absolutely wallop the shit out of this thing, and it's
Nice.
Yeah, you are out of initiative.
Okay.
Vanquish the last one.
And I'm just listening to see if the whispers are still present or if they disappear.
The whispers have disappeared. You can't...
Zach, sorry, should we do a quick thing to explain to people what's happening about donations if they feel like it? Because I realize we haven't got.
Yeah, we can do another explanation for the donation. That is actually a very good idea. So those of you that, well, I think the title does elaborate, but basically we're doing this as a charity live stream. We're raising money for 2 charities very close to my heart, and I have some lovely friends here who have been so kind to help me out with this. We are raising money for the Ann Convoy Trust, and we're also raising money for Conquer Chiari. These 2 charities are quite prolific across the Western world. Conquer Chiari is the world-leading charity which funds research into something called a Chiari malformation. Not something that the average person hears of. However, the Chiari malformation is the cause of my disability. It's what I have that makes me ill. It is something which does not have much of a cure as of yet, and treatments are quite limited. So I'm very keen to raise money for them so they can continue the research into this. As you can imagine, I'm particularly keen. A bit of skin in the game on that one. The Ann Convoy Trust it's the same sort of thing. It's slightly broader because it covers a number of other rarer disorders. But more importantly, the Ann Convoy Trust provides a lot of support directly to people who suffer with this. They run support groups, they run information booklets, they do a lot of other stuff like that to help to adapt to living with these sort of genetic disorders. So those are the people we're doing. We're doing 50-50 each way. PayPal.me/DeadBardSociety, same as the channel is listed here. If you run along down to that, put in whatever you like. We've had a whole bunch of people donate so far. We're up to £50 now. That we've managed to collect so far.
I will just throw the link into the chat if anyone's interested. It is there. If anyone can't find the link, it is there. You can click on that and you'll find an instant link to the PayPal.
Lovely.
Even if you can't donate, guys, like look through it. I'd never heard of it before obviously Bard invited me to do this, and it's pretty. I mean, for lack of a better term, it's pretty mental. It is, and it's strange that this kind of thing doesn't have more research going into it. It's very strange. So
I'd have to agree, yeah.
Even and we understand obviously in the certain climate that people are in, not everybody has the capability to donate. If you can't, educate yourself.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
At least
Even share
it, guys.
That'd be
Share
great.
the
Yeah,
page.
as well.
Absolutely.
I know people that will come to watch this, you'll probably be in Discord servers, you'll probably be on all sorts. Throw the link in there, guys, you never know.
Yeah.
It would be absolutely fantastic. It is something, like you say, it's something that doesn't get enough attention. It is rare, but it is not rare enough. It should be a lot rarer. There are a lot of people who are affected, and it is also among the diseases which seems to exclusively affect young people. It starts in your early age. Most people get an onset of symptoms, sort of adolescence, late adolescence. You can get lucky with this sort of condition. Sometimes it passes. A lot of people, the main symptom they'll get is headaches. They'll get like really powerful migraines for a couple of years. And then as they grow a bit more, sometimes it can dissipate. But for a good majority of us that aren't so lucky, you end up like myself. And so that's why, like you say, I'm very surprised there isn't more research into it. And it was like until Conquer Chiari came in, so I was doing some reading up for this, until Conquer Chiari came in to do this research, this condition has been known about since the 1920s. There was a small amount of papers at the time. There was a 42-year gap between the next paper after that to be published on research for the condition.
Oh.
And it only happened because a news presenter died from it. And when the news presenter died, their family made a trust to take their estate and use that to fund research. But yeah, it is something that, it's underserved. But yeah, share it around, very much like my friend down over here. Sorry, I've lost track of everyone, never mind. But it's very much like it's being said here. Share it around with the climate. Not everyone can, but just, get the word out, get educated. It is very, very, very helpful.
DM, there is a donation pending for you. Apparently you need to accept it. And I kind of want to see your reaction to this, because I've just been told about it.
Ooh, let's have a look. Oh, don't log me out, you daft. Because I keep flicking between different windows. I got my battle map and my initiative tracker.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm not a robot. Why is a robot asking me if I'm a robot?
I always do find that a little bit backhanded when it says that, like, are you a robot? No, but you bloody well are.
Exactly. It's like, spot the robot in the room.
I can very clearly tell why they can't put like a free-form box there, because I feel like that would be the only way I would want to answer from then on. It's just because you get out.
Are you a robot? Question. Are you?
I know I am, but what am I? Wait.
I think I'm running behind because I haven't got one here that has popped up just yet.
It's apparently it's pending. You need to accept it.
Ooh, I think I'm going to have to do a search for that in a moment because I'm not getting anything come up at all. So I'm gonna...
Okay.
I don't know if sometimes they just take a few days,
yeah,
a bit of extra time, but
Okay.
yeah,
Just wanted to
that
make
should
sure.
be right. Lovely. Thank you very much. So, let's get back to it.
Right.
Yes.
Yes, that bit of despair. You have all come out of initiative. All these things are dead. There is a very exasperated-looking Corporal Donnelly standing in front of you. And there are no citizens, though. They've all run off in the other direction.
Okay.
Excellent. I'd like to talk back to the psychic link that I've got with the guy and be like, so we killed it.
He replies back and he says, look, I'm locking myself up. You can't kill these things. You just remove its current host.
So where does it go? Where does it go when...
That I don't know.
killed?
It seems to be unaffected by quarantine measures, unaffected by range. It just seems to find a new host somewhere.
Right.
Proximity isn't a danger, I don't think, but it goes somewhere.
Okay, good to know. Excellent. Well, for the moment, it's been a pleasure, but enjoy locking yourself up and we'll sort your shit.
Can I look up now, or are we still like? Is there still bad thing?
My raven is seeing comfortably for me, so I would make it known to everybody like they're all down. It is safe to open your eyes.
Okay.
Sweet.
I haven't done that since training.
Then I'm going to have my raven come back to where I'm just like pat her on the head and going, "Scotty is a good girl."
Aww.
I'm surprised I
raven.
hit anything.
You did very Zabs, you did very well.
So may I say that it was quite shocking? It was the lightning damage. No,
It's-
never mind. That's,
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, where do you think Zaps comes from?
How many times have you heard that particular joke?
Those,
There's tiny bird.
just call me out, why don't you? That's fine.
There's the time I made the joke.
You are all doing this, and as you do, there is a quivering Corporal Donnelly next to you who goes, "What's the ever-loving fuck was that?"
That
Apparently,
was a
it's
thing.
a screamer.
That was it makes a loud noise, and you're not supposed to look at it. But now, as you can see, it is dead.
Okay, we all looked at it. Are we going to be fine?
I have no idea.
Going from my great axe again.
I'm just going considering it only seemed to affect the dead, I think you're fine.
So does that mean Liar was dead before it became the thing, or is?
Well,
Oh my god, they were in a different place than us. Did something
they stayed
kill them?
behind, didn't they?
Yeah, they went outside before we went outside.
Yeah, when we first came in, we went one place and they went to because remember, Bard did say.
Yeah, but they were still human at that point, weren't they?
Yeah, but they've just said there it doesn't affect you, and maybe it doesn't affect you unless you're dead. And I'm pretty sure they were apart from us.
For a split second.
Because Bard said he walked up to you holding this. Oh my god, there was something near us.
They're in a different part of the ship because they were over at that side. And when you looked at it, Born, there was something that you didn't recognize player wise. There was something you didn't look at on his face, so he could have been affected.
He had dust. He had dust on his face. He wiped dust off his face.
Yeah.
Oh, the visor. You fucking did.
It's like you're making connections that doesn't connect.
Good. The DM's good, right? All right, let's go and get this power source thing. Try and shut it down.
Yeah, cool. Let's just go. Let's just go and
right. Lock yourselves in. We're going to try and sort this.
Okay, we'll get it locked off.
And if you can, potentially isolate yourself from each other, just in case.
Remember to wear your masks. Keep 6 feet apart.
Exactly.
You start to develop symptoms.
Sanitize.
If you start to develop symptoms, isolate yourself in the airlock.
For 2 weeks.
Yep.
2 weeks.
Yep.
You see that he just has this very, very sad expression. The moment you tell him to isolate himself, this like expression of just solemnity goes over his face, and just nods and goes, "Okay."
Excellent. Good man. Stay safe.
He opens the door, the pressurized bulkhead for you to go back out the way you came. Obviously, the other one's closed are there, so he opens it up and sort of like gestures for you to get inside. Thank you, Karaf.
I'm going to pull out one of my locator beacons.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to hand it to him and say, this will let others know that you are here and they will come and get you.
You see he clicks it, puts it down on the table next to him, and he says, he sort of turns back to you and says, "Okay, this is one large room. In you go." And you see he starts going to sort of push the door, and as he goes to push the door close, he stops and he sort of looks over to you. "I have a father, Jonathan. If you get a chance, when the Red Cross pick up other survivors, I love him. And he did a good job." He closes the door, inputs the lock, and he looks at his men and says, "For the Empire," takes his hand and boom, shoots himself.
Oh, shit!
To which all of the other defense troopers also then in unison shout, "For the Empire," and boom, all shoot themselves.
Wow!
Because they looked at it. They didn't want to take a risk.
But so did we.
We're
We'll
let's
be
get this fucking done
fine.
before we turn into one of those.
we're expendable according to the Empire. So
The second door opens. As soon as the first one locks, the other door that lets you out pops open. Out you go. I'm happy for you to keep your previous perception checks, unless you want to re-roll. You can choose either.
I can't remember what I rolled. Mine was high.
I like to re-roll because mine was quite low, so I like to re-roll.
You know, I'll re-roll to see if I can get higher.
I'm going to re-roll because I can't remember.
27.
Oh, beautiful.
There we go.
15, which is actually higher than I got originally. So
I'm doing
I can't remember my last
fantastic
one.
on rolls today. I'm going to fail drastically at some point.
18.
That's a 29.
I got a 22.
Dude, we know everything that's around here.
You see all.
I can see through not my Raven's eyes and not my eyes, but through Heimdall's eyes. Just like,
Oh shit!
So all of you except Yorm, you all look around about the same as when you came out. Nothing looks particularly different. You can see the way to the path that you were following, which leads north. And you set off heading north.
Sweet.
From this point on, Dorian is explicitly keeping an eye out for statues.
Oh.
Screw that.
My zombie actually probably dies. It only lasts an hour.
Has it been an hour?
It's been less than an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Sure
not
then.
been that long.
All right.
You
Snaps
set off
then.
down this path. Dorian, what did you get? 20 something again?
Dorian, what was your perception roll?
Mine, 18.
Not everything looks all right. You're looking out for statues. You don't really notice anything. Bjorn, I'm going to say your Raven's going overhead.
Yeah, anytime we're making perception checks in an open area, please feel free to accept the fact I will be sending Skadi up.
Receive my gift, young child, appears in your head. And your raven, out of your control, breaks off of its circling course and starts flying, like dive bombing down towards a specific area. And you can see this movement. And as it looks through, you see that everything's kind of hyper real. It's like looking at things in 4K. Like it's, you have true sight here through your raven.
True sight.
It flies off behind you, and it's heading back to where the dropship was. And as it does, the entirety of the dropship is entirely surrounded by stone humanoid figures. And as the raven looks at it, it is stationary, but each time the raven blinks, they move more. And they are moving single file up the path you came down.
So they're coming after us, basically.
Yeah,
So are
they're going up the path where you have come from previously. They're on the same path as you.
Shit.
So they could go into the area we just were, where all the civilians probably are still locked away.
But they've locked themselves away at least.
Yeah, they're fine. And they're we're all right.
There's a locator beacon. That's all we can do.
I'm going to obviously he's a battle-hardened warrior. He's used to being able to take stock of a battlefield in like small moments. So he's literally just going to start relaying vital points towards Kraft. So he's just going to say, at the dropship, there are lots of stone people. They don't move, but then when you look, they have moved, but they didn't move.
These will be the statues you talked about. You say
they're coming towards us now.
Is it when your bird blinks that they move?
He's going to nod.
So then your bird can keep them at bay.
Apparently so.
Well, let's slow them down and keep moving.
Okay. At that point, I will tell Skadi that she has to land about, maybe give like a 20-foot berth. Or not land, but like keep at a point where she can perceive a good number of them.
Okay.
And just try and slow them down as much as she can.
Smart.
Smart.
Give me a what there, sorry?
You can't hear you again.
Can't hear you again.
You're just very quiet.
Right.
I think there
It's
is.
just very quiet. Yeah, I can hear
we
you.
can hear you.
Hold on, let me. How's that?
That's
That's
better.
better, yeah.
So what check was it you wanted?
A percentile, luck check.
Percentile. That's that and
I'm using
that.
luck.
Lady luck.
That's 82%.
Yeah, I think in this case, the higher your luck, the worse it is.
Yeah, that's how Zach
Close.
rules it. I lost my legs in a campaign because of a bad luck check.
Oh yeah. But yeah, so low is better, and so that's not very good. You instruct your bird to do so. You continue moving. After a few minutes, the bird keeps relaying to you that the bird is really struggling to keep eyeballs, and that every time it looks, more of these statues are flanking it and appearing around the side to get back on the on the path around it. Like they are aware of
I mean,
presence.
Now, if I know they're coming from behind us, Dorian is actively walking backwards and just constantly scanning through his scope
At the point she
to try
starts
and
getting
see them as
surrounded,
far away as possible.
at the point she's getting surrounded, I'm just going to start saying, Skadi, fly, fly, fly away, fly.
Yeah. She flies away. Are you looking through Skadi's eyes as well? Are you seeing what she sees?
So when I told her, like, just try and keep them at bay as much as you can, I would kind of flit in between visions, kind of double checking. At the point where I realized that she was surrounded, I would have been through her eyes saying, fly, fly, to make sure she got away.
As she starts to fly, the blink happens, and one of the statues is up the tree. It is up the tree with its stone finger and like fangs and teeth coming out of its face right there where Skadi was. Like literally the nick of time Skadi flies away.
Oh,
Shit.
Birdie is okay.
Birdie is safe. Birdie's
Yeah,
okay.
I'm like Bjorn doesn't care about
To me,
much, but
to
it
me.
cares about his bird.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, other than that, Bjorn is just going to wait until his bird gets back, and as soon as she's back, she is here.
Oh.
He's like, you can kill every single person here. You can kill me, but it's going to be a damn cold day in Muspelheim before you kill my bird.
You can just unsummon it and then resummon it again.
Oh yes, I can. We're good. We're good.
It does. It's the principle of the thing. You're not going to deliberately put her in harm's way.
You have to if it gets destroyed, you have to cast it again. But like you can just.
Whoever Eximus3393, just to make you aware that if the bird dies, yes, we do riot.
Perfect.
Can your bird tell us like how far away they were from when she flew off to? I'm asking Bjorn this.
I guess that would be a call for the DM. I mean, would I be able to see how far she's flown to get to me?
Bjorn's a warrior. This is the stuff that Bjorn knows. Like, this is well within his wheelhouse. You would know that from the place that she was, that they are at most 400 to 300 feet behind you. They are
fucking run.
He's just going to turn and shout, run. Like, he's just screaming, run. I would even go so far as to move behind and like, because Dorian said he was walking backwards, so I'm like,
just drag me. I'll keep an eye out.
Can I pick up Zaps because I'm very fast moving, and I'm assuming she's got little legs, therefore she's.
Yeah, you can pick me up. Like, she's not gonna, as long as she has warning. Unless she doesn't have warning, she's gonna be like, "What the fuck are you?" Okay,
we're running. We're running.
Okay, I can get used to this. And hands like go behind her head.
Look, I'm carrying her over my shoulder so she can look back. It's like, tell me when you see statues.
Okay, got it.
You guys start running. Are you running in any general direction? Are you like still following the path?
Following the thing.
We're going north.
Lovely. You run a solid minute of running. Who's looking behind?
I am.
Dorian is constantly glancing backwards.
Two statues appearing out of the tree line behind you.
Okay, we're gonna have to run a bit quicker, guys. Let's pick up the pace.
Fuck. All right. Are we very close to our destination?
You are 0.3 miles away, so it's gonna be solid running. You're either gonna have to pound hard to get there quickly, or you're gonna have to find somewhere to go and take cover.
So many jokes.
Okay.
So many jokes. So many jokes.
Oh.
So many jokes.
Deep breath.
Is that so weird that when we blink, it go like that's open knowledge? Is like when we blink, they move.
Yeah, that's been discussed. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Dorian, you blink. Tell me when you blink, and then I'll tell you when I blink. That way, we're not blinking together.
Well, I guess that could work, sure.
Just
a thought. How does Skadi like to breathe fire?
I mean, she's never done it. She's never done it before. But
I can cast
the
dragon's
dragon.
breath on her.
yeah, but she's in my arms right now. You'd set me
Oh,
on
you're not
fire.
setting her out. Okay, so just thinking of ways to make them slow down. If you're familiar dragon's breath.
But then that wouldn't the fire obscure our visions?
That's a good point.
You can't kill a statue. You just
You can. You can. I think.
But with
I don't know.
fire breath?
With
fire breath?
Oh no.
You two manage to do the blinking maneuver where they stay still, but you realize every time like the path bends and things like more statues keep appearing, because obviously as you move they become obscure. Every time they become obscure, they move back into vision. After about a minute, there is easily at least 30 of them behind you in various places, all behind you in like a solid straight line. Not solid straight line, but like, you know, there is
they're coming kind of that way rather than that way. Like,
they've fanned out.
Yeah. So they're not coming in single file, guys. Just to let you all know.
They are
there's
coming in
a.
single file, did you say?
They're
Oh,
not.
no,
No,
they're
they're
not.
not.
fanning
They're
out.
coming.
They're
They're flanking out, kind of
Shit.
deal.
Okay.
It's no good to be in these woods. There's too many trees for them to hide behind. We need a clearing or something.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Okie dokie.
Fucking hell.
You keep running when imperceptibly you hear a sound. Sounds almost
Is
human.
it a scream?
A little bit sort of squeaky, almost a bit slimy, as you hear and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it goes dark.
Oh.
The
Oh
The
no!
whole place goes dark.
Oh no! Oh
Vision!
dark.
no! Oh no!
Shit!
Oh
Is this dark vision? Is this obscuring my dark vision?
This is magical darkness.
Oh
You-
no!
no! We
Can I
are
turn my
blind.
scope to night vision mode?
Not for
Or to
magical.
thermal vision? Can I put it on
I don't
thermal?
have anything for this.
You can do thermal vision.
I'm putting it on thermal.
Okay. Statues don't have a temperature, so you have
That's
no
what I
way
was
of
just-
perceiving them against
Yeah,
anything
but can I at least look around for a giggling man in a tree?
Yeah. I'm not going to make you roll. You cannot seem to perceive anything. Like you look through with the night vision and nothing. With your phone.
Oddly specific. I would like to specifically look for a giggling man in a tree.
Yeah, this is. You could make a specific perception check for that. Can I just
You got-
ask? Oh no, fairy fire isn't like a continual thing.
No, it's
It's
isn't
an
it like
area.
you hit? It's an area.
Yeah, and then it like.
passes through. It's gonna-
Yeah.
None of my
So-
runes give me anything here, guys.
Then we
so
run.
since-
We just book it and keep
This is
going.
very mischievous. Just saying, Mr. Viking. This is very mischievous.
So
maybe
Is
maybe
it,
you hit the
is,
nail on
it
the
freaking
head.
is Loki messing with us right now?
This is
you-
definitely fucking Loki shit.
Well, Bjorn at this point would be like, this is not anything I have heard of Loki doing.
While
As
we're
you-
running.
Still
Still
in
running.
that sentence, you come out the other side of the magical darkness.
Oh, okay. Yay.
And the magical darkness dissipates. They are right behind you, and there is not 30 of them.
Oh, blind.
Yep, that's gone.
There are hundreds.
Oh,
Right? And all of them. So Bjorn, the first thing you notice as well is that not only do they look different, you realize they must have regenerated because the ones you saw were vaguely humanoid. These are angels. These are perfectly cut angels. Teeth, it's like stone teeth bearing out, eyes wide, all of them with one finger pointed out.
He's going to point back and go, Catholics!
you can't say
Agreed.
that.
New land.
Yeah. And Bjorn finds the magic word and they all disappear. I mean,
Oh no, not the Catholic.
Not the Catholics! No.
Oh Jesus.
I am but a helpless pagan.
Please no.
Okay.
God's above.
Is this a time for fireball? Or is this is a time for just continue running, isn't it?
Let's
Really?
just run until we find a door.
Are we surrounded, or is it just that they're like right in our face, kind of a
they
deal?
have
they're
come in a
pressing.
semicircle. They are enclosing you, but they have
Oh,
not.
God.
Fuck.
But they are coming round to block you off.
I'm going to point to the flanking sides, the sides that are come together, and go, keep your eyes on them and move.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye to the left.
I will have Skadi from my shoulder, keep an eye on the left with Krath.
Okay.
Where
I
am
will
I
look
make-
to the right.
Right.
Can I make
Yeah.
a constitution check to try and like hold my eyes open? I'm not blinking.
Alternate your eyes.
Oh, great idea. Yeah.
winking, guys, winking.
Yeah, winking. You're
Flirt
still
with the
looking at him.
statues. Flirt to survive.
Obviously, I did this purely as an aesthetic thing, but so this is up to you, DM. As I said, the metal eye thing was just an aesthetic thing. But does my metal eye need to blink?
No. Nah, metal I can see.
Hey!
Perception.
I can just see you like intensely, like I can see you.
Just
Kraft
take
sits there and just like
Eye out.
every. You're sitting
eye
not
out.
blinking. Kraft just has like a tongue that comes out and licks his eyeball.
Oh, it's like a gecko.
Oh.
Or he's a reverse gecko and he just pops it out and puts it in his mouth.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
like
Bjorn would be like, that's some low-key shit.
like a spit blade. It's like what you do with golf balls. You just like.
Oh.
As you, so you're absolutely. So I've just derailed myself because I can't get it out of my head. You know, you made the joke about when I was saying pounding. I realized that all of my life so far, right? All of my life so far, I have heard people in the area that I live call running pounding ground.
Just,
And that never came to my mind as being
My
something that I've
ancestors.
never been
Disgusting.
That back in the
until
day.
right now.
that's what we call very desperate in a gopher field.
Or a golf course.
Or a golf-
That's I was about to say where I'm from, that was called getting your hole in the golf course.
Oh, dear. God, you
Oh,
see,
dear.
I live out in rural. I listen. Are you in the West Country? Are you doing?
Oh, he was in the West Country.
We
wasn't
go around
he?
the cornfield. We do.
Whack off with a weed whacker.
I've heard of some stories roundabouts in the cornfield I have.
Right. My God, I'm loving how derailed everything is. I'm just like so down for this. Like,
If
I
you
am
don't-
really into my own story, but I'm still like I'm even more into the vibes right now.
If you don't derail a session, it's not a game of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay.
Exactly. Exactly.
Anyway, so we're about to die.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we're all about to die.
Being surrounded by stone angels, yep.
Yeah, so you're surround like you are semicircle around you. You can stay looking at them. I will allow you to nominate someone to do this. I am a fan of this mechanic, as you probably can tell. I want a luck check to see whether this is successful between
Do we
all
have
of you.
any bonuses to this?
I volunteer as tribute.
I mean, I'll happily do it if people want me to.
I volunteer
Let's do
as
someone
tribute.
who's not rolled badly
Some
yet.
level of advantage because Bjorn is not blinking, which is making this more probable. And I
Well,
can't.
if I'm the one not blinking, would it make sense for me to do it?
Go on then, yeah.
Go on,
Yeah, go
have
on.
it.
Right. Okay. Okay.
99.
Roll low, roll low.
Four.
Oh, rolls.
No one look.
That's literally a 1.
Oh!
Right.
One is good. What? Oh,
Oh, yes!
Now,
well
the
played.
way I run this mechanic is that if you are 1 to 5, that is a crit success.
Good.
We're saved.
Well, how lucky.
Praise
How-
the gods. Praise the gods.
It's Odin.
You
Go on.
keep running from the statues, and as you do, some more of them appear on your flanks to try and really flank you, and then they'll stop. You walk away, and it doesn't matter how far you walk, even the ones not looking at you, the ones obscured aren't moving. They'll stop.
They're all in a perception lock.
Are they looking
Yeah,
at
they're looking at each
themselves?
other.
They're looking at you.
Yes!
Ah!
Yes.
I'm gonna make sure I'm well out the circle so none of them, so I can't block any field of vision. Start going. Oh my god, I hate the Weeping Angel so goddamn much.
Oh.
Fucking horrifying.
I've now experienced these twice in D&D games, and it doesn't get more fun.
I'm making a DM. I love to mess with my players, but I once considered homebrewing a version of the Weeping Angels and went, no, that's too mean.
No,
Okay.
not at all. Look,
I am fully prepared. Oh god, I scared the crap when the first time I used them.
I
I
am-
haven't found the second lot yet.
Oh.
It's
Don't-
going to be very fun.
you've got Aaron sitting there. He's just like, what? The second time?
So what now?
Say what?
Excuse me. What is this? Second time?
We're going to be starting another camp soon as well. If they appear in that one, I'm quitting. I'm out.
Oh,
Change it up. They won't be weeping angels. They'll be weeping devils instead.
I will say as well, like, I have taken there's a couple of Doctor Who villains, and I have managed to do a medieval version of the Daleks, and it's really fun.
That's so cool.
Like constructs.
I have seen.
It's a construct with an enslaved, corrupted Fey spirit. The Fey spirit within it has been corrupted only to
That's
feel
sick.
hate.
That's
Because the
pretty
original
cool.
Daleks, the species, were like quite a peaceful people, and then they ended up, Davros obviously corrupted them and turned them into the Daleks, and that's why I'm using that. It's the little Fey pixies and stuff that have been.
I've seen in 3.5 there used to be a really cool touch-based spell called Necrotic Touch, and I've seen somebody do dwarven metal constructs who were tainted and warped. The soul inside them was warped, and when they touched you, they disintegrated you with necrotic, and they were basically fantasy versions of the Cybermen.
Oh, that's horrible.
Oh, that is a Cyberman. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyway, right, we've got to find this fucking
power source. Come on,
power source.
Any more of these things creeping up.
As you walk, there are more birds. Like, there are noticeably more birds. No other wildlife whatsoever other than birds. It's mostly pigeons. Like, there are other types of birds here that you recognize as Earth-based species, but the one that's notable is the sheer level of pigeons here is crazy. It makes Trafalgar Square look bloody barren.
I have a heckin' concern.
I'm a Destiny player, and like one of the characters in Destiny loves pigeons, and I'm just like, he's here. He's feeding the birds. many pigeons.
I'm a Dragon Age player, and one of the party members is a statue who hates pigeons and goes out of their way to kill pigeons. So
hold on. Can I just say, there was an army of statues chasing us, but we had an abundance of their greatest nemesis flying around us at all times.
And they couldn't have stopped them for us.
Yeah.
Statues have suspicious white stains on them.
Absolutely. If they are not bleached by the time we get back, I'm gonna be pissed.
I'm just moving forward at this point. I'm just trying to get to a point where we're
keep moving, and you come across a completely untouched building, about 3 stories. Looks militaristic. It has multiple railguns on it, so like defensive railguns. This looks like a military installation. There's not a scratch on this place. This place looks pristine, no growth, and the area around it is barren. Within 30 feet of it is just, normal moon dust.
Right.
So the forest couldn't affect this place.
I forgot we were on the moon. Honestly, I completely forgot.
Not blaming you. This place isn't very moon-like. You still have your pressurized helmets on as well, so you're in like your pressurized suits to deal with.
I don't like when he says that the building's not being touched. I don't like that.
No, that means the forest itself hasn't touched it.
But I feel like we need to go inside.
Unless this is a pocket of another dimension.
Dun, dun, dun.
So,
ominous music.
You see again, this building is plastered in you see it has the same logo as the soldiers did. It has the same emblem of the triangles, and below it says attention personnel, MK class threat.
MK class.
Mortal Kombat.
I was thinking Mario Kart.
It says and as you get to the door, you see there's like a smaller notice which says this site must not be left unmanned. If unmanned, make immediate report of an Apollyon level event.
I think that it might be an Apollyon level event.
I mean, I would happily make an insight check to see if it is an Apollyon level threat.
Or if it's unmanned.
What if it's unwomaned?
Yeah.
We should find out.
Oh.
Unpersonnel.
Knows what these words are. an Apollyon level event is the equivalent for this lunar organization's DEFCON 1. This is maximum worst thing that could possibly happen. All action stations, dreadful. MK class rings familiar, but you can't get it on the you're thinking, you just can't quite get the but you know it's like a part of the lexicon, but you can't think in your mind what it means.
I'll try and get the door open.
Lovely, strengthen it.
Guidance.
Did Bjorn do a insight on that thing as well?
Oh no, I was saying that sarcastically.
Oh, right.
Oh, I was trying. I don't actually get sarcasm. I understand the tone of voice you're supposed to use for sarcasm. I don't know if I use it right. So that's not the greatest of strength checks from 100.
You get D4 on it as well.
Oh, and I get a D4 on it, which is great. I also get advantage because of me.
It's because I'm just me.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So that the highest one was a 14 plus 4, which is 18 plus 5, 23. Your 4 saved me there, buddy.
You open the door and you hear a sound, like it was a little bit muffled as you were about to open the door. You can hear it clearly now. You hear you see that there is no natural lighting in here. There are no artificial lights either, other than an emergency light, which is bright red and is flickering around. And that you just hear it like a gentle whoop, whoop, like this warbling sound going whoop, whoop, in the background.
Like a curlew.
Not quite that much.
Carry on.
I'm then going to shout in and go, if there is anyone that has guns, I would not advise shooting, or there will be several head and ass related injuries.
I don't
Not sure if this includes him. Dorian lowers his sniper.
So you don't hear any audible reply to that. The area you see inside, there is like a reception desk, and next to it, you see there's a little mini fridge which is open and has dropped like several cans of branded soda out of it that are just rolling around on the floor. But the reason I mention that is because nothing else in this room looks out of place. Everything, like there's a bookshelf, all the books are fine, everything else looks fine, unharmed.
Is there a bell on the reception?
You know what? Yeah, there's a little bell at the reception desk.
I will go ring the bell.
Having such a weird sense of deja vu.
As
if this place has actually been described to me before, which is really weird.
You ring the bell and you hear, bing bong bing. Welcome to Site 42. How may we be of service today? Option 1, to be connected to one of our helpful call advisors. Option 2, to be put through to the nearby Mobile Task Force Zeta.
Just hang up. Just hang up.
Put the bell and lock it at the wall.
I don't
It goes
suppose
off
there's a
again.
self-destruct option on that thing.
Like, I have not experienced much of modern day living, but even I know you want to speak to a person, not a telephone voice.
That is correct.
So as you enter in, obviously now the only extra bit of destruction is that little hole in the wall where this bell has gone into.
Just sticking out.
Yeah, it's like it hasn't even fallen back out again. It's just like squarely right in the spot.
What can I say? I'm strong.
Do you all go inside?
Well,
I would turn and let
Yes.
everybody know. I would turn and let everybody know at this point. Like, there's nobody here and nothing's attacked me. So
I'm sending the zombie in first.
Nothing happens. It's fine. Zombie notices what Bjorn notices.
I'm gonna go in. Wait, no, are you still holding me?
I can put you down if you like. I had been holding you up until this point.
No, if you're still holding me, I'm just gonna wait.
Okay, so I'll walk in with you.
I'll go in.
Naps can get lazy, okay?
Okay.
At this point, I've hoisted you up onto my shoulder.
That's fine.
Dorian?
Yeah, Dorian takes the rear, as usual.
So, as you all come in, you can hear a sort of a strange muffled sound and like a two-tone monotone going beep in the background in the room next door. It's muffled. You can't hear what the words are.
Run now. Run now.
Is there a door to the room next door?
Yes, there is. There is quite a simple door. It looks pretty secure. It has a simple key code that you tap in.
Aww.
So yeah, it has a simple key code to tap into it. Obviously you don't know that key code.
I'm just
Look,
going to
we
press my...
have the key code to every door in existence.
I press my ear to the door.
As you listen, it kind of sounds like a radio going off. You don't know what the sound, the background sound is, but it sounds like a person talking over a radio.
I interrupt this program to bring you this good news.
We did get that blast of sound before. That was a radio broadcast.
Was that not
from the pad?
Oh.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, the BBC News broadcast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Does the is the pad any use? Like, I know that it's used as like a pad for the launch thing, but does it have any use here?
It does have, now that you've reached, it sort of makes a little pinging noise and then switches over its map. So instead of having a map of the area, you have a map of the compound on the inside. So you have a map of what this place is and where to go. Okay. Importantly, this compound has 26 floors on your map.
That's a lot of floors.
Mm.
I mean,
on the outside, this is a 3-storied building.
Down?
So it goes down.
So, it's cloaked.
Oh my god.
I mean, the scientist dude did say that the Site 42 did contain like 400 odd.
It's actually 3 buildings in a trench coat, so it just looks like one.
So dimensions, doesn't it? So maybe like after the 3rd floor, it goes into different dimensions and stuff.
I think the more realistic sense is there's 23 sub-basement levels.
Yeah, is there?
The map, it seems to, in its numbering system, say ground floor, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and like it doesn't. I mean, it might be laid a bit awkwardly, but it doesn't look like it's laid out that way.
Unless
sounds like my first time.
There you are here, dot on like the ground floor.
Unless, of course, part of the building is in a different dimension now.
Mm-mm. So, what are you going to do? You're in this room together?
I want to know it's... Wait, hold on. No, let's not break down that door, because if it's another screamer, it's just parroting back the last thing it's heard.
Mm-hmm.
Does it sound like it's on repeat, whatever it is?
You're not
Does it have the same sort of like repetitive sound to it?
No, it's given in a very uniform, monotonous voice, but the voice is saying different things. Like the voice is quite, well, not completely monotonous, but it's a voice with not very much range to it. It's quite a sort of like received pronunciation voice.
Mm.
And it's also coming, it's coming out of out of a radio, you believe, and you don't think it's the same thing on repeat because you can hear the semblance of like different types of words, but it does have quite a plain voice.
Well, it's a one-shot. Bjorn.
Yes.
Death doesn't matter.
We need your universal key.
My hand.
Yes.
Right, what am I wrenching open?
A door with a radio sound coming from behind it.
Okay. So yeah, Bjorn is going to move up to it and strength check.
Yep.
My hands are here. That's a 20. I'll show you if you want.
I believe you.
So there's no point in me rolling the advantage for that. Then I'll roll the 4 though.
Yeah, I'll do 4.
28 in total.
Nice.
Bjorn, this is nothing. This is nothing at all. This is like popping open a jam jar. You just sort of, and it doesn't really give you much resistance as you pull it off. And you come through to the next door. You come through to the next room. As you do that, you realize that it's a loudspeaker on the top, which is playing a recorded message. I can do some of that for you. I won't do the full thing because I ended up writing this and then I made it way too long, and so I'm going to have to sort of cut it short. And you hear, "This is the BBC Wartime Broadcasting Service. Her Majesty's government has advised an immediate evacuation of all Terra Luna surface settlements. You are advised to..."
Right, take your time. Take your time.
Cough for your lives.
"Once you find yourself at one of these shelters, do not leave under any circumstances. If you leave, you may find yourself without food, without water, without accommodation, and without protection. We will be on the air every hour on the hour. Stay tuned to this wavelength. Switch off your radios if they are battery operated. This is the end of this broadcast. God save the Queen. God save the Empire."
God save us.
What is it with people and shouting, "God save this, God save that"? God couldn't save himself, and he was nailed to a cross.
Technically, that was his son, I believe.
Oh, I don't know. All I know is I heard a lot of people say, "God save this God." The gods don't do anything. You do it yourself.
Hey guys. The guy on the radio said Terra, as well as Lunar.
Oh shit!
They've evacuated planet Earth.
How are we going home?
We were never meant to be going.
Well,
home.
I believe we're going home in a body bag.
I believe we're not even going home.
It's a distinct possibility at this point.
Can I make an insight check from hearing that to understand if we were in fact sent in as a suicide squad?
Yeah, you can do an insight check.
That's a 13 on the die with my insight. 16 in total.
Yeah, you definitely heard Terra and Luna. You realize with the combination of that, it's like, oh no, that's a lot of people. You can see the Earth from here, by the way, like not in the room you're in, but like from the surface. You haven't really looked before, but you can see back. You can go and look.
I would first turn to them and go, what do they mean by Terra Lunar?
The moon and the Earth.
Moon.
So they are telling us that the Earth is not safe, and now the moon is not safe.
If we fix this, it might become safe.
Can I try and look at the Earth through my scope? It's like a mini telescope, right?
From the moon, the Earth is huge. It's not that far away, so yeah. So you come and look out, and it's only at this point you realize South America is a very luscious nature reserve in these days. It's rather than the cities that already exist and settlements, you know, the rainforests are protected. What was the South American continent is now a ball of fire and black and soot.
What?
You can see like there is smoke obscuring most of the continents. Are like there is so much ash and soot in the air that you can't even see the ground.
Supernova.
These areas.
Volcano. Super volcano.
I hope no one was booked in for a Brazilian wax anytime soon, because
it's
gone.
Can we see Scandinavia?
Covered by ash. The ash is blocking the atmosphere in that area.
All flights will be cancelled due to volcanic ash.
As you look around, you see that there are several huge, and I mean truly huge warships moving in over the top of you, and several ships look like they're leaving the Earth itself. Like there is just a massive interstellar operation occurring around you right now.
Well, if what we heard earlier was correct, we fixed the problem here, and all this could go away.
Bjorn, I will apologize for this, but this is purely what Bjorn would do, and understanding that Krath was there when Bjorn was woken up. Bjorn is going to turn and look at you and just go, if you lie to me, I will know. Did you know about this?
Now we're
Did
all
I?
looking. Yeah.
No idea.
No idea. As much as I am to blame for bringing you here, this is way outside of my pay grade.
I'm going to pick up the nearest table to me and just like end it into the wall. Like Bjorn is beyond angry right now. The way he views it is he was told he would get to go home. He was never told that his home was no longer there.
Karath, you have this epiphany, seeing the world burn. You remember what MK stands for. MK class is a way of determining how bad a threat is. MK is the highest. That is an apocalyptic level event. That's what it represents. MK is saying that this station has you put the dots in your head. The warning, the MK warning teaches you, yeah, something here's probably caused this. Because that's what it means. It basically means if an MK level threat has been activated, the world is going to end.
Right. Well, this is quite a revelation, but we have no other choice but to continue on with the mission that we've been currently given. Bjorn, I honestly can say that I am very, very sorry for misguiding you with this, but if you do believe what you believe, then this could be the new Ragnarok. Fight for your place in Asgard, I assume.
Bjorn is going to laugh at that because if Ragnarok has happened, there is no place.
That's why I said the new Ragnarok.
There's no place. There's no place in Valhalla at this point. It's just Bjorn is now accepting within his religious beliefs that this is the end of the world. He's not going to survive it. He just has to make sure it goes down with a good story.
Sick.
So Bjorn is essentially, even when he's not raging, it's going to be an eternal moment of reckless rage.
Nice.
It's just what he's going to be like now. Oh.
I'll allow you continue on. Oh. As you advance forward, you come to your next door, same as the previous door, but this one has a proper klaxon going at the other end. Like you can hear a full klaxon firing off on the other side of it, and it's much louder than what was going on in here.
Okay.
More loud noises. Oh, joy.
Well, I think we'd better tear this down, shouldn't we? Is there anything stopping it from, can we just open the door?
It's locked. Everything here seems to have a keypad here. It seems to have like a,
Okay,
so,
to save us some bother, is there anything in the area that might suggest what the keypad thing might be? Is there any?
Does your pad open it?
That's a very good point. Do I know what the key code is?
You can try and have a look on your pad. Your pad might have it.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll do that. I'll spend a quick second doing that.
You have a little look around. I won't make you roll. You see that your pad has a four-letter. It has four-letter. It has four numbers next to each door throughout the compound on the map. Give that a go.
Absolutely. Well, let's do that.
I'll be 2 minutes. I'm just going to grab a drink.
Okay. You go, and door opens.
Excellent. We're in.
As you open it and come through, there is a leg on the floor.
That's not supposed to be there. It's usually attached to a body.
Yeah, he got a bit too drunk last night.
Oh, it could be a sheep. We don't know.
There is a bunch of blood just sprayed up all the walls around here. And as you sort of turn your head, you see that this goes immediately onto a staircase, and that this staircase is just covered in ripped up pieces of armor, helmets, bits of flesh and meat, and just blood sprayed everywhere. Something's really
Something went that way.
No, Sherlock.
Let's go this way, not that way.
Where does the pad want us to go?
The pad doesn't lead you anywhere in particular, but you do realize that there is a stair up and down, so it goes in both directions. So you can either go up the staircase or down the staircase from here.
What are we feeling, guys? What do we think?
If there's blood everywhere, are there any tracks left in the blood?
Yeah, there are tracks. They head down. These tracks are huge, double the size of a normal person's foot. They are absolutely ginormous.
Humanoid?
And they look kind of webbed. Not
Sort of.
fully, but it is like very strange phalangeal makeup.
I know what this is.
Are we talking 5 digits, 4 digits, 3 digits?
5 digits. 5 digits and a small thummy type, toey like one, sort of like big toe.
Vaguely reptilian, shall we say?
No, you'd go with humanoid. You just go with like a humanoid with weird features.
Okay, so
Right.
does it look like it's moving on 2 feet or 4 feet?
2.
2 feet.
There are
God.
handprints along the side, so this thing has supported itself by the side as well. And again, the hands are easily 3 or 4 times larger than a human hand. They are ginormous.
How
Most
high
of
up
that
are
light
they?
is in the phalangeals.
Yeah.
How high up are they?
They are sort of between 5 to 10 feet up, going right up to where the ceiling is of this place. Like it is tall. Like so much so that the fingers kind of like on some points wrap up onto the ceiling and side, where it's like put its hand like that on the side.
Okay. So
Well,
something big.
Other than avoiding whatever made those tracks, do we know what the thing we're after looks like?
Oh, we were told it was a device.
Not a
Some
walking
kind.
thing.
I imagine there's many devices in this area.
Oh,
Krath, can your little tablet thingy detect power sources?
this is a very good point. Where is it trying to send us? Is it giving us any sort of direction?
You see that it doesn't try to send you anywhere in particular. That it's you haven't been given like a specific objective to go to, but as you like flick through the layout, you realize that several of the areas are highlighted. So there are certain rooms that have been highlighted, and they're also all labeled, and you see that all the highlighted ones are different containment units. They're anomalous containment units, but not all of the containment units are highlighted. Only certain ones are.
We've got highlighted containment units. Should we head towards these? These seem like the most likely ones.
Well, I'm assuming, out of character, obviously, of course, highlighted containment unit. The highlighted ones are either going to be the ones that are still intact or the ones that have been breached.
They're probably the ones that have been breached, I would imagine.
Most likely. I would imagine that because it would probably shot blanket solid colours if they were all contained, start flashing if they were breached. So, yeah. Probably a good idea either way to move to the containment things.
Yeah. I will say as well that you do note that way over half of these things are highlighted. So, like, there are more containment units highlighted than not.
Okay.
Lovely. Wait,
maybe we can find a friendly one to help us that's still here.
Do you have information on any of the...
Yeah, can you tap them and does it tell you about them?
Is there any extra information that I can glean from this?
Can you tap an individual unit?
Tap around, you see that there are markings with the numbered markings on the different things. But when you try to open the case file, it says that you don't have a high enough clearance, that you need level 3 or higher clearance to read the information.
There's nothing more I can do here. I think all we can do is go in, hope for the best, and be as ready as we can be.
Bjorn's convinced. Bjorn's marching towards that area and opening any doors he sees in the way.
I'd advise we follow him.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
That's
with
a good plan as any.
To explain the kind of mentality, Bjorn is at the point of like, either he's going to live or he's going to die. Standing around is going to do him no help here. You'd as well just moving towards the area and then seeing what happens.
So the way this corridor is done out is like it's a bit of a spiral staircase. So it goes down a flight, turns 90, goes down another flight, turns 90, goes down another flight to like circle the building's perimeter. Yeah. And as it does, like each landing has doors that lead out to the other like subterranean rooms. So
suggestion.
Go on.
Wouldn't you keep your most dangerous items as far down as possible?
It would make sense because if they broke out, you would have more options to stop them.
Yeah. So the further down we go, the more dangerous things become. And considering this is an apocalyptic event, we need to go all the way down.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rather
stairs from
than
the
stopping
bottom,
at
walk
every
back up.
single.
It's not
Rather
at the bottom, just go back up.
exactly,
do
and then
one
go
at a
floor
time.
by floor. But
Nice.
I don't suppose there's an elevator.
Is it just stairs?
Yeah, where you are, there is just stairs. I mean, you could go out onto a floor and try and find an elevator, but
in an
Don't
emergency
ever get into an elevator
in an emergency situation.
Yes, let's
We
get
don't know
the
that lifts are
bloodstained
working.
stairs.
That really does it. Then. No? So I think we've agreed down is probably best and no elevators. But
Yeah.
the good thing about going down is you don't necessarily need to walk down the steps. You can stand on things and surf down. Just saying. That's the way to travel downstairs.
I'm just gonna look at Dorian and then look back at Kraft and say, I wouldn't advise it for some members of our group.
It's a good point.
You're calling me old.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll have you know I am superbly dexterous. I have not lost my skills yet.
But you're more likely to break.
I have a question.
Mm.
Since we're in here and we're traveling down the stairs, can we hear our footsteps?
Can you
As
hear
we
your own?
Can we hear our footsteps as like
Point.
to signalize their sound?
Actually, I'm going to cast Pass Without a Trace on us all.
Okay, nice. You did hear your
To establish that there is sound, so there's enough pressure to make sound, unlike outside.
Mm.
but the dust, so
Exactly. No, I was just curious if, player-wise, in general, if later down the line someone lost their helmet, like what would maybe happen? Like, you know, in that sense, just knowledge from
You
my
also
player.
notice that your pressure suit, which sort of like your sort of, you know, lunar walk suits that you have would like they normally cling to you quite hard with the pressure difference. It's gone a little bit more relaxed now. It's lost all the tension to it, so you definitely get the sense that, you know, you are in a normally pressured environment.
If we have Pass Without a Trace on us, I'm going to actively be stealthing now.
Okay,
I'm going to be sneaky.
do the sneak.
super sneak.
I will try to, even though it's incredibly unlikely that it's going to go well.
I am 7'2".
I
You could
got
be the
40.
Oh.
Okay. I'm
With the
gonna point this
Pass
out here.
Without a Trace, I have a plus 23 to stealth.
None of you need to roll, okay? Dorian gives you a couple of pointers and just straight disappears, like, you know, not literally, but he is so stealthy that he does a full Drax. He's too quiet and small with
Shadows.
the naked eye. He's just the super sneak. Like every so often you'll see him and go, oh shit, he's still here.
we only see him when he wants us to see him.
Up and down. So as you get, you reckon you're most of the way down when you see a collection of humanoids standing ahead on one of the landings next to a broken door. Give me perception. I'm going to say Dorian's like up front. He's on point, so he's the one doing the perception. He's going to see them before you guys get down.
Okay.
27.
They are dressed in Victorian era police uniforms with the hat, the little badge on the front, button-ups, legs. All about that is completely normal, except they have no face. They are completely covered by bandages.
What do you mean normal?
You're normal until you get to the face.
Yeah, like everything else is like normally proportioned. They also look physically identical in the sense of all of them are the same height, the same build. They're all just identical. And they each have an old-fashioned truncheon, and you see that they're sort of holding the truncheon out, like idling.
We got some faceless clone Victorian police officers ahead of us.
I didn't understand. I don't think I followed a word you just said. Explain that again to me.
I understood the word.
They have no faces. They all look the same. And they're wearing clothes that my grandpappy wore.
My word.
No
any
faces.
thoughts? Do we just demolish them and then...
Should we just move past them as quietly as possible?
Are they
blocking the doorway?
No, they're blocking the doorway into that floor, but you could get past them and keep going down all the way, so you could get to the bottom.
Yeah, let's just leave them.
But they're guarding something is the thing.
Are they? Or are they?
Are they
wait-
guarding it, or do they just happen to be here?
You had a 27. I'm going to say that was enough that they do appear to be, like, they're idling, but they're in, like, a quite militaristic up at shun. They're very, very tense, very built up in this one position, and seem to be, like, they're not just mingling randomly, like, they're in a formation.
These guys are guards. They could be guarding a face Queen Victoria back there.
What happens if I step out and they see me?
Does Bjorn just step out and do that?
Yeah, Bjorn is at this point where he's like, well, we're supposed to be going that way. They're on our way. He's just going to be walking towards them.
One of them
his
looks
great
at you
axe.
and has no audible or visual response. He doesn't seem to do anything other than turn his head to look at you.
Okay, are they all in like a group?
Yeah, they're all within 10 feet of each other. Like, there's enough room you can move past them without touching them. Like, you can just slot in between them. They're not blocking your path down the stairs. They'd only be blocking your path if you tried to go into that floor, in through that door.
Well, yeah, I'm going to walk towards them. As I'm walking towards them, though, I'm going to be activating a new rune. So I'm going to activate fire.
Nice. You do so. They have absolutely no reaction as you get close to them, other than the one that's looking at you continues looking at you. You walk fully past them. You just, they don't seem to take any notice of you, except when you pass the last one as you walk away, you hear one of them call after, and they say, "Farewell, citizen," and then goes back to standing on his position.
I'm going to look back and see if it
Okay.
These guys sound like
then-
Skyrim gods.
Then
They're
walk
the same, and they
with-
just have pre-recorded voice lines.
Then walk with confidence and purpose.
Yes, let's do that.
And we walk.
Okie dokie. I need to know who right now is going to be making the most sound, because you've got pass without trace. You're not like clunking away with your boots.
It ain't me.
It'll probably be me because I have disadvantage wearing half plate and I have -1 dexterity.
If you're including everybody, realistically, me, I do
You've
have a
already moved
metal
through.
foot, a metal leg. So
She's like,
You all get past them. And you see that 2 more come out the door, and the one in front of them all seems to have like a formal parade uniform that a police officer would wear, which is like noticeably nicer looking than the others. And he calls out, points to Bjorn and says, "Halt, citizen! You are in violation of 1308. You will be detained indefinitely for the overseer. Citizen, halt!" He doesn't move, but he calls out to you as he points.
I'm not moving.
Are you still walking down the stairs? Like you've moved past them and you're all...
I moved past them and did this to wait for everybody, so...
Oh, you don't move. The man calls out again. "You are in violation of law 001, resisting arrest. You will be detained." And they all bolt round and they all start walking towards you, and they've pulled all their truncheons.
Fireball?
All right.
That would be a good time.
No, well, I'm just like, good. I was getting bored.
Let him have his.
Okay, I'm going to say you can definitely get that off before we go into initiative. Nice.
So I'm assuming we're all in the same place. We'll be able to get most of them without getting any of us, right?
Yeah, like you guys have moved, like you've gone past them a little bit on the stairs. The only person who's sort of still there is Bjorn.
Don't worry about it. Because I activated my fire rune, I actually get resistance to fire damage.
Sick.
So...
Nice.
Okay. Well, then it's going to pop there, and then you're only going to have to make me dexterity saving throws, please. And I'd better start rolling dice. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot I had to do that. Let's see. Let's get all my.
Ah, wait, no. I don't have resistance to fire. I have advantages on saving throws against fire spells and effects. Oh, and
This is that.
Sorry. Never mind. It's actually both. I need to read things. I can't find my glasses, so I'm misreading a bunch of things. While raging after activating this rune scar, you have.
Hold on, just let me
When
roll.
I'm raging, I don't have it. I'm not. Never mind. It's all good. Don't worry. It's fine. I'll survive. I hope.
Yeah. If you give me the dex save for the fireball, you have advantage on that because of your rune.
No. I've literally just read there. My runes only count as being active when I'm raging. So the in combat effects are. This isn't an in combat effect, so actually this would still be active. Right? Okay. Never mind. I was right the first time. Doesn't matter because I just rolled a 1. Oh wait, I haven't. Never mind. I literally rolled 2 1s in a row.
Oh!
It's 28 damage.
Okay, so I still have my resistance. 28 becomes 14 fire damage. That's cool. I'll take that.
Okie doke.
I'll just take that at the chin. Like doing that ones in a row, man. I told you guys. I told you something was going to.
It have to happen eventually.
You had like what 2, 3 20s as well, so
yeah, you
2 20s.
it needs to balance itself out, man.
Absolutely.
So I'm just going to narrate to you what happens next because you watch as they start calling out. You see them starting to march forward towards Bjorn. You don't really notice, but Korath instantly gets this fireball off. The first thing you realize is when the corridor lights up in flames. And you see Bjorn looking peeved off. Obviously, a little bit bemused as this, he's just been burnt by fire. You just see that there is not even a trace of any of these officers. They just all disappear. They all failed.
And the question is, was that good or bad?
We'll see. So
I don't know what's going on.
No one does.
Going.
Let's go see where they were guarding. Now they're gone.
Bjorn's like metal eye just keeps on like.
We'll get that fixed for you later. It's all right. We should probably check to see what they're guarding now that they're not there.
If they were the only ones.
Lovely.
I mean, they only had. I mean, they weren't that strong if they were just completely wiped out by that. So.
Shut off.
It's fireball. It's bullshit, right?
I'm terrified of that spell.
I would say it's a good idea to go and investigate this floor.
Yeah.
Nice.
Now that we have the opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
But I would also keep it in mind to everybody that they had no issues with us being on this floor. It wasn't until we moved past this floor.
It wasn't until we started making noise.
Ah, fair play. Okay, fair. Either way, yeah, let's check out the floor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, also, if anyone was watching, you will have actually noticed how he casts his spells, which is by just firing out of his mouth.
Very nice. I love this bit of flavor. It's amazing. Yeah, ice cream.
It's like he's cast it kind of like a phlegm, like a
Oh.
I just think of it as like really gnarly acid reflux. Like it's acid reflux.
I really don't want to see how he casts Chaos Bolt.
Oh.
So you come up into the room and you have a look around. This place is just covered in bits of paper, broken computer. There are dead bodies everywhere. Some of them wearing lab coats. Some of them are military personnel. It's just carnage in here. Yes, Bjorn?
I searched them for key cards or tablets.
Hey.
Good call.
Give
Good call.
me that investigation check while I
I'm
describe.
gonna run to the loo while this is going on. 2 seconds.
You'll also notice that there are a bunch of cells everywhere, and that all of them have had their doors ripped off, like forcibly removed, not unlocked.
Work time.
Oh yes.
You changed dice as well, so that's fucking insane.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show every dice roll I make now. Like,
Your dice love you, man.
Yeah. So, yeah, you have a little search through. First person, you immediately find a swipe card, and you find a little portable tablet that looks the same as the one that Kraft has.
we'll keep that for Kraft for when he gets back.
Lovely. As you look around the rest of the room, other than the bodies, there is a central computer terminal which looks functional still. You see, there's a whole mass of wires that seem to make up a column. And there are little computer monitors which are attached into the wires with little keyboards in front of them. They are still on and logged in. One of them has a paused video. The others seem to have charts on them.
Turn the video
Can I
on.
play the video?
Yeah. Turn the video on.
You play the video. This timestamp is for half an hour before now, 45 minutes before now. Which, hold on, no, it would be 60 because 45 minutes you would have arrived. But yeah, so basically when this all started, this video is timestamped for about then. You see that it's got quite an elderly looking doctor who is coated up in a white coat and has got like a face visor in front of him. And you see he logs, okie dokie, logging activity, SCP-5002. Deactivation test, what are we at now? 106, fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, introduction of exotic matter collected from the Kuiper Belt. Okie doke. Have we got it on freeze? He turns around and you see there's people moving around. So there's some guards sort of running around, securing some of the other cells. He says, okay, do we have clearance from the director? Okie dokie. You hear like a sound of crying in the background and scuffling as you see that a person in an orange jumpsuit is being dragged across the floor in handcuffs towards it. Okay. D-class 5002 Beta. Remain here, please. You don't recognize the language. It seems to speak in some, it's ethnic, a language you don't recognize. And you see that the doctor just doesn't really pay much attention. Okay, introducing the exotic matter now. He flicks a switch. You see various people around, and you see that the matter is being pushed through this person, which is just being like ripped apart and sucked into the device. And you see that the device starts powering down. It starts, and there's silence in the room. You see the doctor stand, several other guards approach it and say, fuck, did it work? Have we finally switched this fucker off? Hi, calling back to 05 Council. We appear to... Bang. They are immediately launched back by a blast wave. The camera goes to static. And after a couple of seconds, the video automatically stops itself and says, tape completed.
Shit. Okay. So they're feeding people to this thing to try and shut it down. So it looks like it's not going to be as simple as...
Not just people. There was matter that was put into it. Exotic material from... Yeah, exotic matter from the Kuiper Belt.
The fuck?
I have no idea who Kyber is or how people can come from his belt.
The Kuiper Belt is a ring of asteroids.
Oh, so it's not Seto Kaiba's belt with his Yu-Gi-Oh decks on it or anything?
No.
Very disappointed.
Not the answer to all this.
Oh no!
I do not want exotic matter from that man's belt. I'm sorry.
Now you'll get to see my real blue eyes white dragon.
activated my trap card.
Oh no, Exodia! No,
I might have to play this card face down.
Yes.
Oh dear. Okay, fuck. Is that in this room that we're in?
Yeah, this is clearly showing an image of the room you're looking at. You can see that there is a box that looks identical to this, that looks unharmed, just sitting on the floor next to a little plinth.
Is that the thing they're getting us to go and blow up?
Really tempted to do a Gimli and just, what are we waiting for?
Look, we don't have any other particular ways of shutting it off. So that's the best option we've got, really.
I'm going to start looking around at some of the papers on the floor.
Yeah, that's probably a good plan.
These papers all have the same logo, all of this same designation, SCP-5002. You see that these are logs of previous tests. And you can see that they've tried various things on this. They've fed it people, they've fed it livestock. It seems to require life force for some reason. They don't really put it in the details of their tests, but it requires some amount of life energy be used in the transaction.
To turn it off?
That is what they're saying, but they don't actually elaborate why. Like, they don't put any sort of justification for it. They just seem to, every single test seems to involve sacrificing something to it. It's
very cabin in the woods vibes.
Yeah, they you know, cattle, people. They've sacrificed like genetic modifications, other anomalous entities. They've just chucked so much stuff at this. You see that there is a piece of paper which is handwritten. It's the same type of paper, but the test is written in hand, where they are obviously recording notes. And you see that they claim that they've been calling it LGM1, and it refers to this exotic matter taken from the Kuiper Belt, saying that the remaining matter, if used for further experiments, is kept in the level 3 clearance secure vault at the base of the building. And yeah, it states that they've used on this, again, they used this prisoner that they took over, so that they fed to it, but none of this has been successful. So no time they've ever fed anything to it or any other stuff seems to have actually worked to switching this thing off. You also see some of the tests, they have tried to shoot it with rail guns, small arms fire. They detonated a 500 kiloton nuclear warhead next to it, which it also survived. Yeah, they've tried throwing a lot of stuff at this thing.
Is it portable?
Yeah, you can pick it up. It's about.
Do we want to pick it up?
No, what I'm thinking is, look, if there's a button to press on or something, throw it, mage hand, press the button, suck up whatever the thing is in front of us.
That's a good idea.
I don't like how you said that. I mean, it saves us a journey back up here if we find whatever it wants down at the bottom.
This is probably going to be a really, really stupid thing to try, but I'm going to try it. Bjorn's going to shout hello to the box.
Yeah, has anyone tried to communicate with the box?
Very good point.
Yeah. Either that's the sign of like, damn, they've got it, or that's a sign of like, why was this an option in the first place?
Hello? Sorry, who is this?
My name.
I cannot believe that it worked.
My name is Krath. Who is this?
Excuse me?
I am no one, yet everyone. I exist in the singularity, and I exist in the deep depths of Jotunheim.
Oh.
The depths of Jotunheim. You're a giant.
I don't remember what I was.
Oh, no.
Is it reading your thoughts?
Wait, hold on. Can you tell me things of the past, the present, and the future?
Is it fucking Mimir?
That's what I'm
Don,
thinking.
I remember your first conquest. Your father took you. I can't think of a name for a Norwegian fjord off the top of my head.
I can give you one, but I don't think you'll be able to pronounce it.
What?
Kjalargøta.
Kjalargøta. Yeah, I'm going with that. So she said this, it's a female voice you hear. She says, I remember your father taking you down Kjalargøta fjord. You prepared your ship. You were leaving for the Newlands over in this strange Saxon kingdom to pillage. You claimed your first kill. A small creature. I don't recognize this creature. It's an earth-based creature. It is small with a strange snout. You drank together. You harvested products from it to use in your further hunting expeditions. He christened you by drawing a marking on your face with the black and the blood to christen you as a true man of your tribe.
A boar.
This was a large boar. It almost caught me.
But boar?
In our tongue, it is bjorsk.
Ah, bjorsk. Yes.
Björn is like, okay. He's entirely convinced this is, if not a god, some kind of exceptionally powerful giant that's been kept in here. That's what he's convinced of right now.
Yeah.
Do you know about me?
Huh. I'm not supposed to. You don't exist, do you? Strange shadow man.
Ah. Fascinating.
Doomed to a life of servitude to others who would dispose of you in a second. I feel your pain. I feel your loss. But
And
you're
it
not
knows
far
me.
from leaving, and I have no intention of you dying today.
I am not feeling sorry for the box. I'm not feeling sorry for the box. I'm
What is
not
going
feeling
on?
sorry for the box.
And
Wait.
Soranari kind of walks up and, do you know us?
You are wrong. So wrong, so tormented, so split. The life force is broken. It has been transmuted. You are...
We are two in one.
Yes. I feel your pain. Two are not meant to be one. It is an existence of suffering. You are a powerful being. You have been persecuted, detained by your lessers who believe you to be a danger.
They do not understand us.
No, they don't. You are both truly destined for greater things than this. Being sent to die in another man's war.
What are you?
I don't know. I never did.
They've been feeding you.
I don't like it. These heretics who deny my nature, who ignore my speech.
What do you want?
They feed me people, innocent people, good people. These are not good people. The men that inhabit this building died. I do not take any pleasure in death, but if I was going to enjoy any, this would be the closest.
What do you want?
Karaf, as you are called. I wish to die.
And
You
how?
now?
I don't... They gave me something. They gave me the poison pill. Odin's great equalizer. But they did something. They hurt me. And now I can't control the portals.
Was it the stone they gave you?
Yes. The bitter pill.
Stone.
Was
Great equalizer.
the material from the Kyber belt?
That is what they referred to it, yes.
Well, where I'm from, a bitter pill can mean many different things. Whereas I understand it has evolved to become a bitter pill now. We would say a bitter taste. It's a reference to the truth. If you are told the truth hurts, so it leaves a bitter taste. As you say now, it's a bitter pill to swallow. So the truth can kill you?
Bjorn, you are one of my kind. We are akin.
He's a Scandi.
He's a Scandi.
He's a Scandi.
I know I had a life before. I woke up, developed with knowledge, floating in an empty void, devoid of sound, sight, or the joys that life can bring. I know that my life began somewhere. I do not know where.
Bjorn will explain to everybody, we believe that all worlds exist on the branches of Yggdrasil, the world tree, but the space between the branches, the nothingness, the Gnunga gap. To fall there is to be void of everything.
Bjorn, you speak my language. The events around you are caused by the collision of the roots of Yggdrasil. I don't know how I was given this power. Something is wrong. Very wrong, and I know that I have caused it. I don't know how, and I don't intend on doing so. People die every second because of me, and I don't know why.
Who would know how to end you?
Odin.
I got nothing for this.
I mean, that's all great and everything, pal, but I don't know how to speak to gods.
Wait. Just out of character for a second.
Go on, yeah.
Bjorn,
Yeah?
when Skadi was randomly given true sight, you heard a voice.
Yeah. Receive my gifts, my child, and then through her I got true sight. True sight could be a reference to Odin or Heimdall.
Mm-hmm.
If it's Odin,
maybe he's already talking to you.
nah, nope, don't like it. No, man, no about this. No. I would like to vacate the premises immediately. Oh, gods above.
If we retrieve this stone and bring it to you, will that be enough, or will you need flesh to consume
I do not
it?
require flesh.
Then why would they feed flesh to you?
Will you harm me if I pick you up?
No, you're my kin.
I'm going to pick up the box and I'm going to keep it strapped to my belt.
You're just turning this into like God of War. You're taking it like Mimir's head just under the. That's sick.
I'm cybernetic Kratos.
Love it. When you say to the thing, why do they feed you? It says, my activation featured consumption. I don't know if it was relevant, but it does not seem to help my deactivation.
So, I'm trying to make some kind of sense of this.
So am I, dude.
We need the stone.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
That's what we know.
When I got the thing through Skadi, it showed me the ship.
It showed you the ship and specifically the angels statues around it.
It was a warning. It was foresight.
Right. So foresight is definitely an Odin thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying. The reason I'm saying this, I'm trying to think back up to what we've seen so far in reference to this, because he mentioned Odin's great equalizer, and then he mentioned a bitter pill, and then I believe Kaya said something about a stone.
Yeah, the exotic material from the Kuiper Belt is what they were calling it, but it's basically a piece of meteorite or metal ore from space. The space from the Kuiper Belt, and the Kuiper Belt it's either the one between Mars and the other planets, or it's the one right at the edge. I can't remember which belt of asteroids it is.
It's the inner belt.
It's the inner belt. So it's.
I was about to say probably the inner belt because we are.
Yeah.
We're not even between. We haven't even left the space between Earth and the next planet over, which I believe is.
So, this material is from, like, the belt around the edge of Mars. So, it's.
Fucking hell! This is.
It's from when the first 4 planets were originally formed. Is when this belt came into being.
Yeah.
Guys,
Take the leads with us.
I play barbarians, so I don't have to think, guys.
You're the one who has more of the Viking knowledge than we do at this point.
Okay,
So
at this point, we need to get the rock. We need to get the rock.
Shiny rock.
We need to.
It's a shiny rock. It's a shiny metallic rock.
What would you like us to refer to you as? Sorry, back in character. What would you like us to refer to you as?
Yeah, what is your name?
I was not given one. Well, my captors gave me one, SCP-5002. But I have no true name.
Well, you are kind. So, would you say this box holds your brain?
Yes.
So it's kind of like a head.
Yeah.
So, Feka, do you know what? I'm going to lean into the curve. We will call you Mimir.
Yep.
I like this name. It pleases me.
Awesome. We have Mimir, guys.
Right.
Our Mimir is slightly defective, but we have Mimir.
Okay. We're hopping down the stairs. Let's put a stop to this shit.
Yeah, feck it. Do you know? Feck it. Come on.
Right.
Okay.
That's weird.
I'm going to go out of character a second for a quick pause. So, this tool took longer than I expected it to take, both because I don't think I paced it very well, and because where we were having a lot of fun, things just move slowly. So, the next step is quite a big chunky bit, and I don't know how I can speed it in many ways. So I put it up to you. I don't want to rush it because I've got a really nice, it's a nice encounter. It's going to be really interesting. I think you guys are going to enjoy it. Would you like to do a follow-up, just one more session to end this off, rather than try and rush through tonight?
Yeah, this is a really good story. It deserves to have a proper ending.
I really want to. I desperately want to. But tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday are when I run my campaigns.
Yeah.
No, we just wait until after that. It doesn't need to be tomorrow.
Yeah, it could be in a few days' time. That's fine.
If everyone, we'll talk about scheduling and availability. I'll pop it out on TikTok for everyone else. We leave our intrepid heroes. Having found their way all the way through to the center of the disruptions coming across Munich. And yes, heading on down the staircase to their final confrontation. This was amazing, guys. I love you all. We have got to do this all again. This is very fun, and we'll give this story a good ending.
Yeah.
To everyone at home, thank you very much for joining. I am very happy with the money we've raised so far. Before we go offline, I'm going to see if we've had any more donations very quickly. Oh, because obviously my phone now has to decide it doesn't know me anymore. But yes, just before we go, let's have a look. What are we up to? Nope, we're still at where we are with nice 50 quid. That is a very good effort. I'm very happy with that. We made some money today. I'm very happy. I've had a really good time today. Please do go and look up Conquer Chiari, the Ann Convoy Trust. They're very important charities. Give them lots of love, get educated, get some research on this, because this is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
In that case, we are about to stop being live. Say goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you very much, guys.